And you need to move from your table and have a conversation with a person that has different colors from the two colors before you, such that you have a conversation about it and agree. Subsequently, we've put Manila cards on the right-hand side of the hall. You go and stick your concerns, your key takeaways, and any feedback you have on so far what's happening. And then we'll get a few volunteers to give us feedback on exactly what stood out for them. So we're going to have about 15 minutes for that exercise. Please don't stay seated on your table. You need to move and find other people that have separate colors from the colors that you have, such that you're able to have that conversation. I'm going to be back at 9:30 for us to give us feedback on the key takeaways for yesterday. Is the instruction clear? Can we? I should repeat the instructions. Okay. The request is you have stick notes before you. So for example, you have green and amber. Other people have pink and green. Others have orange and green. So you're going to write two things from yesterday's events. What stood out for you? What was your takeaway? Yes, that's the first thing. Then the second thing is any feedback. What can we do to make the event better today? Because this is our second day. Yeah, but in doing that, I would love you to have a conversation with the other participants. So don't sit at your table. Kindly move from your table, go to the next table, find a person that has different colors from the colors that you have, and have a conversation about yesterday's events and subsequently give us the feedback. We shall pin the feedback on the right-hand side of the wall on the two Manila papers that have been pinned on the wall. But then subsequently, when I get back at 9:30, a few of us are going to orally share the feedback. It's essentially a recap of yesterday's events. Is it clear? In case anyone is missing the stick notes, Sumaya here is moving around with extra stick notes for you to be able to participate in the exercise. We have about 10 minutes to do this.
Health and education is critical to the realization of social and economic rights for all.
Quality public social services
are key to ensuring equality and inclusion for all groups in society.
Enable people to live in dignity
and achieve better standards of living.
Cater for all people, including the poor and most vulnerable.
In the next phase of ISER,
we are growing a movement
to reclaim public social services.
Therefore, we demand that
government strengthens public social service delivery.
Government remains in control of the provision of quality public social services.
Quality public health and education must be free for all.
Government must invest in quality public social services.
Public social services be financed through progressive taxation.
Government refrains from commercializing
and privatizing essential public social services. Public funds must not finance for-profit entities involved in social service delivery.
Government strengthens regulatory framework for private actors in social services.
The public meaningfully participates
in designing and monitoring public social services.
Motion array is the quickest way to make your content look amazing. My name
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Those who can hear me, kindly clap once. Those who can hear me, clap twice. Those who can hear me, clap thrice. Clap once, twice, thrice. All right, we've come to the end of the exercise. Kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats. We are now going to the feedback session. It seems the recap for day one is quite exciting. I see some people are putting up the stick notes, but we're going to have a chance, at least each table will have one volunteer share with us the feedback. Kindly take your seats, and then we have a volunteer per table give us feedback on how day one transpired and what their key takeaway was. And I'm going to start with the table that has Caesar, the back table. Have you selected a volunteer to give us feedback? Then the table with Andrew, kindly identify one volunteer to give us feedback. The table with Linda, please do the same. Just one volunteer to share feedback with the rest of us orally. I see Sepo is alone in the interim. Maybe you'll be the one. Okay. But your table has to give us feedback. Okay. Elizabeth, your table also has to get a volunteer to give us feedback. And Mutuso, your table has to get a volunteer to also give us feedback. Yes, Kasum, I see you alone on your table. You'll probably be the person to give us feedback. Yes. So we'll start with Dr. Evelyn Akech and Caesar's table. We are waiting for your feedback. Please share with us in about half a minute. What stood out for you? What were your key takeaways?
No, we are still negotiating. But what stood out, first of all, is the keynote address, which was actually mind-boggling and also a challenge to all of us. Then the second thing is actually the theme itself. I wasn't even aware it was there. Can you stop intimidating me? I wasn't even, sorry. Please protect me. There's somebody intimidating me on the table.
You're protected.
Thank you so much. Now, the other thing that actually stood out is the theme itself. Between pre-privatization and then post-privatization. And we realized that the citizens were more comfortable with their governments before privatization of quality public came in, compared to currently where the government has decided to relegate its democratic right to private actors. So we're hoping that even as we have this discussion, we can still be able to mobilize the community to go back to where they're confident that if you elect somebody into power, they'll be able to protect your interests and not relegate their responsibility.
Thank you so much, that whole table, for giving us feedback through Dr. Evelyn Akech. Give her a round of applause. Andrew, we shall come to your table.
Thanks very much, Joseph. From this table, one key issue we picked was from the keynote address, where we were able to appreciate that service delivery with the privatization arrangement, indeed a lot has gone to the dogs. So to us, that was an eye-opener. However, the keynote address did not give us a leeway or the way forward in terms of answering the questions around the reasons that caused our government to privatize. The issues to do with the inefficiency, the issues to do with the corruption. So if we say now, let's go back to provision of these services by our governments, have we addressed those issues and how are we going to deal with those issues? So they were there remains unanswered questions around that issue.
Thank you, Andrew, for that feedback. But one of the panelists on the debt panel told you the problem is homegrown. I don't know if you found a solution from the submissions that Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi gave, but that's for you to think through. Let's move to Linda's table. Any volunteer to share feedback? Yes.
Thank you. So for our table, some of the two things that stood out is obviously there were talks about the keynote standing out, but also the last panel was also quite fascinating in terms of the different perceptions and perspectives that were on offer. So the two things that really stood out was governance, in terms of how governance impacts public services, in terms of also moving away from, we know what the problem is. We know a lot of what the problem is, but we need to move towards how do we also offer alternatives or different perspectives or different, just practical steps of making the case for how we can fix things. Because I think that's something also that came out from some of the panelists this week. We know what the problem is, but we need to figure out now, how do we fix it? The other big one was also perceptions. So how perceptions impact what we do. So for example, perceptions around debt. Is debt good? Is debt bad? that has implications on how we spend. And also the perceptions, what is the relationship between people and government? So if, for example, we don't expect from the government, then if there's no delivery, then it's fine. But if we know as a society that government should be providing public services, it becomes much easier to mobilize to demand for those services. So yeah, that's our feedback.
Thank you so much for that feedback. Motuso, we are at your table.
Thank you, and good morning to you all. So for us, I think the two things that we saw as critical from the conversations yesterday. The first one is the linkages between natural resource governance and public services provision. People often think of these as different, but I think what was emerging yesterday is that we need to politicize natural resource governance and link it to the provision of public services, because those are the resources that we have. So the revenues that we generate there from all of the rents, they should be able to help us in terms of supporting public services, because these are what we call real rights in our own opinion, very critical in terms of our livelihoods as Africans. Then I think the second one that stood out for us is the address by Honorable Kivimbu. Yeah, I think he was able to make those direct linkages between the public service and the support of all those important rights, socio-economic rights. So we felt that was very powerful. Then in terms of what we felt could be improved, especially when it comes to budgeting, we felt that with these challenges that we have in terms of getting support from the international financial architecture, which is not in our favor, and also the challenges that are associated with the borrowing, the odious debt that we discussed about, we felt that we need to do more, or we could have done more in terms of discussing the role of domestic resource mobilization and how this could actually be used to finance public services. So we felt that we would have wanted more of that. Thank you.
Thank you for that comprehensive feedback. Yes, Kasum, we're at your table.
Good morning, people. Happy to come back to this morning after one good first day of the conference happened yesterday in that room. And I can say that from our table, we have some key points that are our takeaway from yesterday. The first point is about the issue of, I said, the topic of good governance among our countries who are very rich resources countries. And the link we did yesterday with the keynote speaker and our panel about the link between resources, good governance, and security and justice and delivering good public services. And I think that yesterday and this morning, we have a bad news, maybe a good news about our country, Gabon, which is a Central African country, which is one of the richest countries providing oil in Central Africa. We had a military coup this morning again. Okay, so to show you that a country who provide oil to France, who colonize most of the French-speaking countries, which is to be able to deliver the basic needs of its population. And one family is keeping all the resources and the money coming from those resources for own pleasure, and also working for the colonization countries that they had. And I find that we are in a process in Africa where we need to think how to decolonize our resources governance. I find that this is the main topic that we need to bring on table today. And this topic we are discussing, that reclaiming public services. First thing is to decolonize our countries, especially for French-speaking countries. Among 3 years now, we now 6 military coups in French-speaking countries. All are rich resources countries, but with a very, very bad governance system in place. So I think that this is a very critical point we can have a takeaway. And what happened this morning, I can say, is a good news. Let's work together and wake up and let African people to drive the change and the process of transformation. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. And I believe session 1 of today's discussion will speak to that. The power of many, movement building is what we'll be discussing subsequently. All right, Caesar, we are at your table. You've successfully dodged giving us feedback, but we can move to Harriet's table and we get a volunteer to give us feedback.
Sorry, one moment. Thank you, Joseph. For about my colleagues and I, what stood out for us in yesterday's session, one, it is a presentation by Aya. It was really touching and heartfelt how the mother ended up dead because the private hospital could not work on her as and when the services were needed until they had to deliver cash. So on that note, we believe that it will be best if the government takes back control of these public services and actually does a good work on that. Then secondly, what stood out for us again is the fact that the general comment on the general comment which gives us a platform for advocacy on public services. That is also something nice because from this advocacy, from this platform, we as CSOs, we can be able to do much for our communities. Then the general feedback I have is one, to reduce panel discussions and then you bring the discussions to the people, to the participants so that they can give us action-oriented strategies to take back to our communities to be able to address those key issues and not just, have the panel, they talk and that is all. Then the second feedback I have is to involve the youth because once this generation is done, it will be us to carry on this the old generation, yeah. Once they are done, once they're out of power, then what is left? Because most of the youth, like someone said, they are on TikTok dancing and doing nothing. So when we involve them in these spaces, it will be doing more good than harm than it is right now because as you can count, you can really count us. We are very few. So involve us in these spaces so that you can train the leaders for tomorrow, so that even when you are no longer in power, you have enough manpower to carry on the leadership for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that feedback. And certainly the organizers of the conference are trying to tread the path of youth. We had a lot of poetry, a lot of dancing, but with the key messages of reclaiming public services. We hope we certainly will get them. David, is your table ready to give us feedback? No? All right, we'll move to Hillary's table. Any volunteer to share feedback for us?
Thank you, Joseph. In the discussion, some of the takeaway were we liked the address of Mwanga Kivumbi, where he highlighted the issue of middlemen, that land guys in the Ministry of Finance, why should they deal with middlemen? I think it is right for them to directly deal with the institutions that lend money. Then there is the issue of political will. Our leaders should be able to lead by example. They should put themselves into the shoes of the local men. Another thing was the issue of corruption. I think corruption is an ISCO or moral issue, so we need more to deal with the morals and ethics of our people to be able to fight corruption. Then youth should be involved, but also be able to participate in all programs that affect them. And we should be very cognizant at the stage at which we involve them so that they fully participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary, for the feedback. Sefo, any remarks, or you are covered this side? All right, that marks the end of our recap engagement. I see most of you have put out the stick notes and will certainly be able to capture the feedback and improve on the discussions. So I'm going to ask us to test if our translation equipment is functional. The hotel staff is in to support us as I hand over to Lamarana to be able to run us for day 2. Lamarana, over to you. In case you have challenges, raise your hand. The hotel staff is around to assist you because he's going to be speaking in French, so you need to be able to follow the discussions.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Aujourd'hui, je vais demander à nos amis anglophones de s'offrir comme nous. Alors, merci beaucoup, Joseph, et merci, bienvenue à tous. Nous sommes aujourd'hui le 30 et nous entamons notre deuxième journée de travail sur la conférence de ACCA. Alors, aujourd'hui, nous avons principalement 2 sessions à dérouler. Mais je veux rappeler d'abord que nous avons déjà perdu assez de temps. Normalement, on devrait être ici à 9 h. Et là, nous avons perdu près de 40 minutes. Donc, ce que je vais demander aux panélistes et aux modérateurs,
for the moderator, for the animator, is to accelerate a little bit and to go straight to your point and have pertinent reflections. So today we have the first session, the power of movement, which will be moderated by ISER, who is the person of Madame Angela Kassou. And then we continue to the post-coffee, and then after that we will continue the session 2, which is the perspective of the future for the reclaim of service public. And this session also will be animated or moderated by Nabila Samaya. And we will go to lunch from 13 to 14, and then we'll be back in our room to engagement of our member and to have a deliberation. So once again, I would like to recall like not to do like yesterday because we have a little bit late time. So I would like to ask for Miss Angela to come to the podium and to start her presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, that is better. So we try to keep it as brief, but very interesting. And also following feedback from one of the participants that we should have more engagement with the participants away from the panelists. That has also been noted. So we'll make sure that the time is allocated efficiently. So we are going into a discussion around numbers. And I would like to call the people in the room who are going to help me dissect this for us to come up. We have Mr. Keto he's a human rights advocate from South Africa. Please, Keto, step up. Then we have Miss Elizabeth Atori, legal manager, Initiative for Social and Economic Rights. Miss Atori, please step forward. And we are expecting, he's arrived. Okay, so, okay, we have Professor Spire Sentongo. He's an academic from Makerere University. Okay, so thank you very much. So maybe just to start off is that as an institution, we are very keen about numbers. How do we move together? And I'll just give some background. Last year, we had some virtual convenings. For instance, we had a public dialogue around the Africa we want, reclaiming public services as a human right, where we had a number of you join that convening. But also we had another convening, a Twitter space around financing for public services in Africa, where we also had representation from different parts of Africa. And in East Africa, we are lucky that now our budgets are coordinated, our annual budgets are coordinated, and we have this ritual, allow me to call it a ritual, where our budgets are read on the same day. So we had a chance as countries that form the East African bloc to have a discussion around financing for public services and how our budgets are structured and the money that goes, for instance, to education, to healthcare, to social protection. But we realized in that dialogue that what is happening in Kenya is not very different from what is happening in Tanzania or Uganda. And we also had representation from South Sudan. But also in the other dialogues, we were also able to draw perspectives. For instance, from Egypt, we had Judge Mohammed. Judge Mohammed was with us yesterday, also share perspectives from Egypt. But we also have a number of partners that we work with across the different blocks of Africa. And allow me again to thank the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability, ACCA, for again bringing a number of people to be part of this dialogue, such that we are able to continue with these organizations to be part of the movement, because at the end of the day, we are looking at building a movement that wants to reclaim public services. So from those dialogues that I've talked about that we had last year and also this year around financing public services, it became more clear that we need to become more coordinated in our demand for public services on the continent. And among the outcomes that came out of those engagements is that would have some kind of loose coalition and have a manifesto, because we know that Africa is unique. I know we have worked with a number of partners also at the global level on this. And I referenced yesterday the big meeting we had in Santiago, Chile about our future is public. So, but we believe that as Africans and having unique challenges, that we would come together and see how we can engage the power holders, but as well as the broader society in addressing some of the systematic challenges that we face. How do we get thousands of people? How do we get hundreds of people to be able to create, to be able to speak, but also to be able to act together? How do we lift up voices of people with lived experiences and those who are most impacted? Yesterday, in the last discussion that we had with Maria Alessi, she mentioned that when we are going through the exercise of envisioning the future that we want, the Africa that we want, she mentioned that if we can think about persons with disability, if we can think about older persons, if we can think about those people at the margins of society, that would be a starting point. Because if they can have some level of access, that means that the rest of us, most of us in this room would automatically be covered, but we need to look out for the people on the margins of society. And we know that we need active citizens because to be able to make more impact, but also if we work as a collective, the impact could be bigger than working independently. So here we have a panel to help us shed some light and give us also some best practices of where this is already working. Keto from South Africa is we know that South Africa is a very good example. I have personally visited the shack dwellers and how they are mobilizing people who are landless and how they are fighting there for their rights. And please, Keto, if you could help us dive into the discussion and show us how people in South Africa are mobilizing around collective struggles, around collective problems, the things that they struggle with and how they have come together to make change in their societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. I had prepared a presentation.
It is okay.
So it's a brief presentation. Comrades, don't feel like, now it's going to be dead by PowerPoint. We tried to make it as brief as possible. So basically, I'm happy that our keynote speaker is a renowned Pan-Africanist in the continent, and he really lived up to the expectations that we had, or that I had as one of the participants. I also like Prof. Hakim, whose quotation is there. He's an authority when it comes to Pan-Africanism. Next, please. So these are some of the books that one feels they are not necessarily the all in all that everyone needs to read, but currently these are the books that I am reading. And the one from Fanon is more like a Bible to me. I keep on going back to it, but these two are ones that I just got last year, but I keep on rereading them and still not yet reached the end of them, but they are quite interesting. So I would recommend them to colleagues to read them. Okay, my apologies. I'm told that my voice is a bit soft, but I will speak closer to the mic. So I was saying those are the books that I recommend for us to read, and there are other books that we can read. Next slide, please. So I wanted us to actually go through this list together so that it becomes more interactive. So you can please wait, hold. So the first one, it is the name of the person there. Let's just give the names of the persons whose picture appears there. The first one, it is
Kwame Nkrumah.
Next.
Jomo Kenyatta.
Next.
Julius Nyerere.
Next.
Patrice Lumumba.
Next. Next. Comrades. Next. Next.
Salif Johnson.
Are we Africans, comrades? No, I'm asking the participants in terms of of knowing our heroes. Next. 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 Okay, thank you. So is the father figure of Senegal as well. So you forgot Haile Selassie at the bottom. Okay, next.
Was not the president, was the prime minister of US.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you, my brother. So let's proceed. So basically, we're going to anchor our movement building around the women's rights movement, because we know that women have been marginalized for a number of years. Let's move quickly with the presentation. Let's move because we don't have time. So basically, what one will go through the timeline, and then from there, delving into the issues. So basically, the first Women's Rights Conference was held in New York in 1940. And when it was held, the statement that came out from that meeting, it was the one that goes counter to what Thomas Jefferson said in the preamble of the US Constitution, whereby he said, we hold these truths to be self-evident that men are created equal. So the women at the time said, we hold these truths to be self-evident that men and women are created equal. What people forget about Thomas Jefferson is that when he spoke and said, we hold this truth that men are created equal, he had 600 slaves, black slaves in his house. So when you see some of us celebrating him, it leaves a lot to be desired. So another game changer in the women's movement, it was the invention of the bicycle. The bicycle was invented in 1855. It changed how women basically took charge of their lives and how to move from one place to the other. Previously, women needed to be accompanied by men, but when a bicycle was invented, women got an opportunity to ride on their own. If I may ask here the ladies with a show of hands, how many of us can ride a bicycle? Comrades. So you need to make sure that whenever you see a bicycle, know that it is intimately tied to the struggle of women's rights. Then in 1911, We had the first International Women's Rights Day. It was held in different countries, Austria, Denmark, Germany, and Switzerland. Then in 1920, we had doctors for the first time in Egypt, they stood up against female genital mutilation to say it doesn't help anyone. And then in 1929, we had the Aba Women's Riot. Do you have people from Nigeria here? So basically what the women did was they shared palm leaves, just like Facebook sending an invite on Facebook. They sent palm leaves to other women and told them, let's go out and embarrass the chiefs that were not rightful chiefs at the time. Then in 1945, the UN was born. And in 46, we got the speech from Eleanor Roosevelt. Then in 79, we got the CEDAW, which is the second most ratified convention. It has 189 ratifications. So 189 countries in the world have signed the CEDAW. Then in 1995, we had the Beijing Declaration, which focuses on 12 critical areas for women's rights. Then in the 2000, I think most of us were around by then from the Beijing era. Basically, most people were in the room, were already working. So we have the MDGs, we have the SDGs, we have the Malala speech that led to EFA, Education for All. Then we have the hashtag movement, which says, me too, here for me, and not in my name. So basically, coming back to the issue of movement building, we are normally told that a movement moves in 4 stages. So the first stage, it is about emergence. At the emergence stage, people dispute the idea. They say it doesn't make sense. It is way ahead of its time. It will not succeed. And then from there, it moved to coalescence. At coalescence, it's now when more people join the idea and they unite. And when they unite, they then tend to grow in numbers as well as in power, and the state takes note of them. The third stage, it is the bureaucratization. When now we see a movement or a social movement coming, bringing about rules and regulations, and some people, especially the leaders, getting paid from the work that they were previously doing on a voluntary basis. And thereafter, the next stage, it's a decline. What one needs to understand is that these 4 stages do not move in a linear progression, that there's going to be emergence, then it's going to end, then there is coalescence, it's going to end at this time, then there's going to be bureaucratization. It moves circular, in a circular, it joins, it moves backwards and forwards. So what we need to understand as we come to the end of the discussion is that basically when there is a movement being built, it challenges power. It speaks truth to power, and when it does, power fights back. And unfortunately, when power fights back, sometimes it does not fight fair. There would be arbitrary charges laid against people. There might be torture, and some people might even be killed. That's how power fights back. And another challenge that we see is that power tends to co-opt some of our people. We have so many of our people whom were within the struggle before, but now they are on the other side. They have been co-opted. So those are some of the things that we need to be aware of. I'm not sure to what extent, how many of us are aware that when Martin Luther King was arrested in the 60s, it was Aretha Franklin, one of the singers, American singers, who gave 1 million, paid his bond for 1 million for him to be released. So basically what needs to be understood is that we need to have people who are willing to dig into their pockets and take out the money and do it secretly, not necessarily for the gallery and everything. I know a lot of people praise Mandela, and by any means, I'm not going to knock down on him. But what people forget is that in South Africa, we had Robert Mangaliso Sebukwe. The Afrikaners, they feared him much more than Mandela. He was not even allowed to meet with other prisoners. He was locked alone because the feeling amongst the Boers was, if he gets in touch and talks to other prisoners, he's going to corrupt them and they are going to revolt. But today, he is being lost in the history and not acknowledged. So when the other prisoners were passing, they would collect the sand and drop it, and they would say, the land belongs to us. Because when all is said and done, there is nothing that you can do if you do not own the land. Right now, I might be unpopular by referencing Malema. We are seeing the economic freedom fighters in South Africa. They are rising to the core. But basically, if one looks at it, you can see that at this particular point in stage, they are now at the bureaucratization. Just this week, they recalled 120 people who are serving at different levels of government because now they have the power. But the next stage that might most likely occur would be the decline. So basically, in conclusion, what we need to guard against as we build a movement, we need to guard against a personality cult, we need to guard against arrogance, we need to guard against a microwave mentality. We need to understand that some of the struggles that we are involved in, they will outlive us. When Thomas Sankara was around, he never thought he was going to inspire the people who are living today. And I am very much sure that my grandchildren will still be inspired by what Thomas Sankara did, by what Fidel Castro did, by what Patrice Lumumba stood. So whatever we do, we must not think that at the end of the next 12 months or 14 months or 18 months, we would have gained all the struggles. But what we need to understand is that we are laying a foundation for future generations to take the struggle to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Keto. Yes, what you've said is very true. This is not a struggle for weeks, for months, but it's a struggle that is going to take many years. We have seen other struggles, so at least we know that the challenges that we are dealing with are not simple challenges. They are challenges that have big roots in governance questions like we had yesterday in the pan on public debt, but also from our keynote. So Africa faces a number of challenges. So we are aware that when we are entering this, it is not going to be a simple journey, but just even our convening and having these discussions, I think it is good headway. So thank you very much for the insights. Just to go to Elizabeth Atori, would like you to help us share some of the lessons that we can adapt, like creative ways that we have seen around movement building, looking at some of the things that you've been engaged with. For instance, when you look at the vigil, it was very, very rare, but it's something that attracted attention during COVID, that you get together to bring people who are grieving because of the challenges, mainly related to health, and like people are left alone, everyone is on their own, and people are very worried, but you bring them together to have a discussion, but also talk about how you have used strategic litigation to be able to build some movement, strategic litigation right from the community level, bringing the communities together to engage in strategic litigation with quasi-judicial mechanisms. but also with the courts, and broadly the other creative mechanisms that you have been engaged with around, for instance, the People's SDG festivals, rallying the youth to be a part of this movement. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you very much, Angela. And I would like for us all to think about strategic litigation as litigation that doesn't focus on the individual interest, but that goes beyond to look at matters that are of public interest. In the past, when people talk about strategic litigation or human rights litigation, I don't know why most of the focus then goes to civil and political rights, thinking around cases on torture, but more and more we've seen that focus changing, and the courts coming to an understanding that if we are talking about the right to health or education, then it's actually a matter that can be addressed by courts of law. And I wonder, from your various jurisdictions, if you have come across cases around education and health, and what challenges were addressed in those cases and how those cases were able to impact. But I'll be sharing my perspective on some of the work that we have done as ISER, but also some of the work that we have done with our partners globally. So as Angela highlighted, strategic litigation does go beyond the litigants themselves. It's a litigation process that brings to the forefront the interests of people, the struggles of communities to access school, or the struggles of women who are being detained in hospitals. And we have seen more and more that because this type of litigation does highlight the people's struggles and challenges, inequities within the society, then it is important with that regard that the people are at the forefront of the litigation. And that's where the mobilization and the community mobilizing comes in. And that brings in questions around involving these communities to actually come to an agreement, to come to a place where the ideas that they seek to see or the ideals that they seek to recover in their society are actually ideals that they can push for together. We've seen that in this case, sometimes the communities might know the challenges that they are facing. They might be able to speak to these challenges, perhaps through demonstrations or public discourse, or bring to the forefront some of the challenges before their leaders. But to be able to put the law to these challenges is something that is outside the realm of most of our communities in Africa. And that's where the role of civil society, organizations like ourselves, like the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, like ACCA, come into play. And we've seen more and more that civil societies have actually been hand-holding these communities to support them to put words to their struggles and present these facts based off the law to the judiciary. And so using strategic litigation as a tool of social mobilizing does enable us look at the specific inequities that we face as a society and be able to ask courts to address these inequities. Whether these inequities are addressed, in fact, by the judgments and what the breadth of those judgments look like in actual sense, once the judgments have come out, is a completely different question. But throughout the process, right from the beginning of the case, starting to conceptualize a case, there's a need to be able to have the voice of the people within your legal pleadings or the documents that you present before courts of law. What that then means is that very specifically, even in the targeting, deciding who is going to present the case, understanding what forum that case is going to go into, understanding which specific violations we are looking at is something that we actually need to sit down together with every single person and decide together as a collective. And I'll give you a very good example in Uganda. Right after the COVID pandemic, for us in Uganda, we had the schools closed for 2 years plus. And with the opening or the reopening of the schools, we noticed that due to private actor involvement in education, there was a hike in fees. The private actors needed to recoup some of the losses that they had made whilst the schools were being closed. Whilst the parents wanted very much for their children to go to schools, they were constrained by the hike in the fees and the exorbitant non-fees charges that the schools were requiring for them to bring. Charges like bring bricks for the school to build a dining hall, be able to carry a bag that is labeled with the school badge that you should be purchasing from the school. So these were charges that were in some cases very exorbitant for particular parents. But it was because civil society at that time decided that this is a cause that was worth fighting for and that needed to be pushed, given the context that we were working with. At that point, we knew that there was a challenge with exorbitant fees and the various hikes in school fees, but we also knew that there was no framework that was regulating school fees in this country, and a framework that would be able to enable the persons hold specific people to account. And as such, civil society went to courts to ask courts to address themselves to the question of school fees. And whilst the Education Act was clearly stating that the minister had powers to be able to come up with those specific regulations, it was a duty that the government hadn't yet fulfilled. So the case hasn't yet even gotten judgment, just to state the dynamics of strategic litigation. But even whilst the case was ongoing and the processes towards the litigation were ongoing, we saw then that the government came up and started the process towards putting up a regulation. That's when Parliament sat down and started asking the questions as to why we don't have a regulation around private actor involvement and school fees in the country. So as you can see, strategic litigation in itself is not an end. It does come with mobilizing. It comes with igniting public discourse, especially around systematic changes that have gone unheard for such a long time. After the case has been filed, or after many of these cases have been filed, that's when the public opinion comes into play, having the public be able to address themselves to the issues that are within and outside the case, and be able to task their leaders to come to account, to provide or to be able to fulfill their duty to the public is something that also is wonderful. But one thing that I have learned over the years doing work around strategic litigation is this, that after filing the case, you have moments that you take advantage of around the filing, around the judgment, but in between the filing and the judgment, there could be lots of silence. And that's when you need the community to come together. That's when you need the public to be able to speak truth to the issues that they are facing. And Angela referred to the vigil that we had during COVID. And many times when people hear about a vigil, they imagine that perhaps we have collected somewhere and are mourning the death of loved ones. But in this case, we were mourning the death of our public health, our public education, the lives that were lost during COVID that could have been not lost and that could have been managed better. And it gave us a chance to sit down collectively, various actors, not only civil society, but even those in academia, individuals that were able to understand the purpose for which we were collecting, to be able to highlight some of the recommendations that we now have taken up. And one of those was the school fees case. The other one that we did highlight then was the detention of patients in health facilities in Uganda. Whilst this is something that was ongoing, even pre-COVID, at the height of COVID, we saw it because at that point in time, people were at the mercy of health facilities. And in Uganda, majority of the health facilities, and I'm imagining it's true for across Africa, are actually private-owned institutions. Even those that are private not-for-profit facilities are in their core private facilities but then that extend a service and join together with government to be able to allow the government to get those specific outcomes. So because of the involvement of these private actors, more and more we've seen issues around detention of mothers that have given birth in health facilities. And I'll give you a very clear example. Just a day or two, there is a mother that has been detained over 4 months in a health facility simply because she can't pay an equivalent of 4 million Ugandan shillings, and it's been out in the press. But this is a practice that so many of us have seen, that we notice it, and yet we have come to a sort of acceptance of the violations that are around us. And it's only when you bring cases such as the case on patients' detention that then the public starts to question why the practice is actually happening and what can be done and what can the courts be able to bring that would change the practice. And that's a question that many people have been asking. That yes, strategic litigation can be used as a power tool to force the hand of government to deliver on their mandate. But to what extent can it be utilized by the public? And there are quite a number of challenges, especially given the resources that go into the litigation, the time that is spent, questions around the independence of the judiciary, given the context that we are working with in the continent. But I must affirm that strategic litigation in itself, once it has been utilized and once the views of the people are fronted, can actually be able to transform a society, and if it's only done right. So I see that Angela is standing by her microphone, and that shows that I've gone over time, but I'll end here.
Yeah. When Liz starts to talk about strategic litigation, the cows can go back home. So I had to cut her short. She's very passionate about strategic litigation. I'll give her a chance when we at the next round to talk about how we're able to mobilize young people to participate in the SDG Festival, People's Festival, for the young people to take lead. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Spire Sentongo in the room. In Uganda, we have reached a level where people think that the president has to solve everything. Whether you're in the community, whether you're with professionals, whether you're with parliament, whoever has a problem says, we want the president to intervene because the president has been micromanaging everything, intervening in everything. So, Dr. Sentongo is an artist. He draws cartoons very fast. And maybe just to warn our keynote speaker that you might have to behave. He might draw a cartoon of you before you leave here, Brian Kagoro. So Dr. Sentongo is an academic, both Makerere University and Nkozi University. But one of the things that stood out with you, Dr. Sentongo, is how you have been able to use creative ways, to use social media, to draw people, all ages, all age groups, mobilize them around our public services, our roads, our healthcare, and many things. He has run, one of the examples that I can give is around our healthcare, where he did a successful social media campaign, and everyone was powering out to post images of the state of our healthcare facilities. And it was so successful to the extent that people have been reaching out to him like a president. I have this problem with this agency. While I was traveling, this happened to me, as in all kinds of things. Like people, like they're looking at him on social media as another Museveni in Uganda. And at some point I was personally reflecting, as this man must be in problems. People are going to go to him and say, I've been looking for a wife for many years, I don't have. Can you help me post this on social media? So this is the kind of person we have before us. And he didn't just start yesterday. During COVID, we collaborated with him as an institution. And he has a publication. I don't know whether he's moved with some copies. He was one of the first people to be in quarantine by the government during COVID. He was coming from abroad, but he was able through that publication to talk about our health challenges and the failure to prioritize public health. So Dr. Sentongo, without any more notes, please, you have the audience.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, first of all, I have to apologize for having come late due to some issues that I'll not go into. Yeah, when you are mentioning the kinds of messages that were being sent to me, I remember this morning I woke up to a message. My husband is cheating on me. What can I do? Please, can you help? Yeah, I was wondering, how do I intervene in this? I've been getting so many of those kinds of messages, some about relationships, about issues where actually the strangest was someone saying that their husband is trying to subject them to anal sex. What advice do I give? I didn't have any advice, so sometimes I pretend I have not seen the message. Yeah, but on a more serious note, just to give a bit of context to what I do and why I do it and why I think that maybe it's something that many of us could consider trying out. I'm an academic, as introduced. My specialization is in philosophy. But one of the things that have always been disturbing me is in our practice as academics, we have this saying, you either publish or you perish. So we spend a lot of time in writing, in doing research and publishing, but we don't put enough time asking ourselves, all this that we are writing, all this that we are publishing, who is reading? Who are we writing for? So you will find an academic that has over 30 journal articles, but they do not care whether the journal articles are being read or not. That in the end, it becomes just like a ritual. It becomes something that we are simply imitating. We are performing it because we find ourselves in a space where we are expected to do it. Now, that was bothering me in the context of our setting, where I know that being an academic, having a PhD or privileged, you're one of the few that have been able to acquire that level of education. I think President Nyerere who said that as a person who is educated in an African society, your responsibility is like that of someone who is sent from a starving village. They give you the little food that they have so that you go out to look for food. So that what many of us do is that when you're sent out to look out for food for the rest of the community, you don't come back. So I always asked myself, as someone who has been privileged to get all this education, how relevant am I to my society? That when I go back to my village and they are asking, okay, so-and-so, Spire is a professor, but they don't know a professor in what, how they relate to my professorship, how they relate to what I publish. Even if I'm read extensively in the West or wherever, still I remained with that feeling that I was not really being relevant enough to my community, a community that sacrifices a lot for the few of us that are able to get to the points of education that we get to. So that's what mainly drives me into other, what I would call non-conventional methods of communication, of engaging. Initially, when I went out on social media, on Facebook, when I was very active, fellow academics would tell me, but what are you doing on social media? Many of them would tell me that, no, social media is not our space. They looked down upon it, they despised it. But then over time, I started seeing that if they wanted to communicate something, then they would come to me, they would say, Spire, help us communicate this on social media. And I would tell them, but you used to say that social media is useless. Now, why would you want me to communicate it for you there? So drawing cartoons, writing in newspapers, there is a feeling that it gives me, when I publish a journal article, if you're lucky, you might get about 100 reads or 200, and maybe those who are so established, you can get up to 1,000. But when I post a cartoon on Facebook or I tweet a cartoon, within no minute I have thousands of likes, not only likes, but thousands of comments. I get people immediately engaging, I get people giving me feedback, but also people relating to what I'm doing in their everyday context. Now, for me, I feel that that is more meaningful, not really to despise academic work, but I find that more meaningful in the way in which it connects me to society. Now, that's the context in which I come to activism, in which I come to drawing cartoons and writing in newspapers. Now, I'll draw much of the illustration that I want to give from the last campaign that I ran, that is the exhibitions, the online exhibitions. Now, for those of you who are not from Uganda, just to give some background to this, the first exhibition that I spearheaded was a pothole exhibition. And this was out of a discomfort that moving around Kampala, I kept asking myself, but this being a capital city, how do we continue like this? How do we continue with the capital city, the face of the country that is full of potholes, that almost all roads are very difficult to navigate. Almost all roads around the city are in a terrible state, but we were moving on as if everything was okay, as if there was nothing to be bothered about. I understood where many people are coming from. One is that they had spoken about it. I wasn't the first to talk about potholes. They had used the conventional channels, they had written petitions to Parliament, to Kampala, Capital City Authority. And I think they had reached a point where they were asking themselves, now what more do we do? You cannot go to the streets to protest. I think in Uganda now it's practically impossible to protest on streets. Ever since the last experience in 2020 November, when over 50-something people were killed on the streets, I think people chose not to go back because of the risks that are associated with it. So they were in a condition where I think they were helpless. We can't do anything more. So one time I'm driving behind someone on a road that I use on a daily going to work. This person hit a pothole and the bumper of their car falls off. So the man got out of the car, looked at it, and he simply shook his head Driving behind him, I asked myself, what can we do about this? Should I continue keeping quiet? Is there any other way in which we can speak about the same that men have been speaking about, perhaps that can draw more attention? So that's when I remember that some time back, there is someone who came up with an idea of exhibitions. They wanted to exhibit potholes in Kampala, but a physical exhibition, take photos, put them in a hall, and then people come see. But the exhibition did not take place. And I knew that this was not really possible today because police wouldn't allow it to happen. But second, maybe it wouldn't reach so many people. So I jokingly go to Twitter and I tweet, a friend of mine has an idea of running a pothole exhibition. And this would involve taking photos of potholes and we tweet them. And then the response that I got, the responses were overwhelming. So many people saying, yeah, we should start immediately. That's an idea that should have come yesterday. So when I saw that kind of response, I started now thinking strategically, how do we go about this? I gave updates. It was about Friday. I said, okay, on Monday we are going to start, but what we are going to do, let's use the weekend to collect photos. So wherever you drive or walk past a pothole, take a photo, collect as many as possible. We shall tweet them indicating where the pothole is found, and we make sure that we tag all the responsible officers, the responsible persons, we tag them to the tweets. And also we make sure that whatever they tweet, we flood the tweet with photos of potholes. So if the ED of KCCA is tweeting something, maybe about a conference or whatever, below that tweet, let us just put pothole photos. Now come Sunday night, because we were to start on Monday, Sunday night, people are already sending me messages. We cannot wait. Our phones are already full of pictures. Should we start now? Even by midnight, there were people who already wanted to start. Now on Monday, we waited we had said that the trigger would be the first tweet from a government office that would immediately start. We used that tweet to comment with photos. That morning, all the responsible officers did not tweet anything. We waited up to midday, they didn't tweet. Kampala Capital City Authority did not tweet anything. The president's handle, there was nothing. The ministers, there was nothing. Until later, I think around 1 p.m., the president or their handler tweets something. Then I respond with a pothole picture and some comment. And then people started flooding them with pictures of potholes. They were all over. That day, Uganda's Twitter was full of pictures of potholes, and I think they became uncomfortable. Initially, the response was what my brother talked about. They start by dismissing it, saying that, no, this is also going to wither away. But for an entire week, people are consistently sending pictures of potholes. Now, one of the strategies they came up with, counter strategy, was to take pictures of good roads, that whenever we post a bad road, a pothole, they tweet a picture of a good road. And I think just by the first day, they had run out of pictures of good roads. So they started tweeting pictures from other countries. But people were smart enough, they would easily say, no, this is from whatever. Now, one other thing we did is because we knew that it's not easy to sustain such a thing, especially the interest of the people. People easily get bored and they want to move on to something else. They are not going to be seeing potholes from Monday up to Friday and they want to continue. So we put different twists to it. One of it was to satirize it. There was a satirical phase which was about making fun of the potholes. Fun in a way that would embarrass those that are concerned. And one of the most interesting pictures that I saw was someone who photoshopped the president into a boat, and the boat was sailing on a pothole. the president and his wife were in that boat. Then there were photoshops of beaches in Kampala streets, photoshops of different kinds of things. Now, one of the things that I learned from this campaign, first of all, I also did not anticipate what happened. I think many of the people were giving me credit thinking that I had planned all this out, knowing the entire plan from beginning to end, and that people were going to follow it that much. I didn't really anticipate that. I was also overwhelmed. But what I realized is that when you're speaking about something that people associate with, something that people relate with, a pain that they understand and have gone through, they will easily rally behind you. At a certain point, when some voices came in to counter what I was saying, to oppose and sometimes to ridicule, I didn't even have to respond. I already had an army that I had not recruited that was defending me. It even became risky for anyone to criticize me. And I think this is how the powerful end up becoming dictatorial in their positions, because I also stood that temptation. It became difficult for anyone to criticize me. Whenever you try to criticize, there would be a mass of people that are insulting you. Because people were associating with what I was doing, they were associating with the pain, but also because we made the campaign participatory. I had only intended to exhibit potholes, but before the campaign ended, it had been meant to last for 1 week. People already started suggesting, now where else are we moving after the potholes? Should we go to health? Should we go to education? Should we go to security? I saw that this was becoming too much for me. I could also not handle it because they were getting all the weight of their frustrations, putting it on my shoulders, saying, Spire, you're our savior. Spire, you're our new liberator. And before I knew it, I started also seeing Spire for president, saying, oh, okay, this is where it's going. But to make it participatory, I organized a poll, a Twitter poll, for people to vote what next we are going to exhibit. I just picked a few sections that many were highlighting: health, security, education, and they overwhelmingly voted for health. So when we go to health, no one is going to question now, why are you coming to our sector? Why are you exhibiting the health sector? It was the voice of the people that now are leading. They had owned the campaign. Now, what was so interesting is how the officers concerned had also started taking it very seriously. Before we started the health exhibition, I was already aware of what was going on in their WhatsApp groups. I would get messages from the very people within the ministry that now we are discussing this. Now they are trying to lay strategies on how to counter the exhibition. And some of them would be the ones to give me tips on how to counter what they were doing. So they came up with a hashtag to compete with ours. They called it Health Delivers. Ours was Uganda Health Exhibition. So they started Health Delivers, and they would put photos of good hospitals, photos of beds, hospital beds, some of which still were from other countries. But again, they were overwhelmed by the evidence that people sent from wherever they were. Social media campaigns come with a number of advantages that I've seen. One, especially in places that are risky like Uganda, that many people find them safe, that they can speak from wherever without facing the risk of being arrested or the risk of being imprisoned. Some of them were using fake accounts, all sorts of anonymity. Second is that people see themselves in the campaign. Since they are participatory, they don't feel like it's someone's initiative. They feel it's something that is driven by their own interests. Third, and maybe this came with my advantage being an academic, and many people thought that I did not have any political interests. They associated with it as something they thought was not opportunistic, that this is someone running a campaign and before we know it, they are going to declare their interest of running for member of parliament or president. But more important is that everyone got an opportunity to speak in the way they wanted to speak. I saw people that I had never seen tweet anything at that time tweeting. They felt they had been empowered to as well speak. Sometimes I randomly come across people on the streets and they say, thank you. You gave me the courage to also say something on Twitter. You gave me the courage and even the sense of responsibility to know that I'm concerned about what happens around me. That I've been seeing these potholes, but I never felt that I should speak about them, that I should take a photo of a pothole and put it out there. And some of them have never gone back ever since that time. There is so much that I can talk about these exhibitions because they've had a long life, and up to now people are still exhibiting. Even when I somehow withdrew from it, it went on from health to security. And the most interesting was the exhibition of civil society, of NGOs. Because I think people had thought that we are only exhibiting government, or we had been seen as government critics. But then someone came up with an idea, how about NGOs that are always putting the rest on the spotlight? What is happening in NGOs in some cases is worse than what government is doing. And civil society immediately responded by saying, no, if you exhibit civil society, you're going to empower government. Government has always been looking for a way of pulling us down. Now you're going to equip them with evidence. And we were asking, what are you hiding? Because if there is nothing to fear about, you wouldn't worry, you would just say, you go on and exhibit. And goodness, when the exhibition started of civil society, I was one of the people that were reluctant to exhibit civil society. The one who came up with the idea was someone else. But since I did not want to be the one to push everything or to appear to be dictating, I told her, you just go on. She's called Agatha. I told her, you go on with the exhibition. So the stuff that came out of exhibitions, the corruption, the forgery, the exploitation of workers, it was quite shocking, but also quite revealing of the number of things that people are not able to talk about because of the way the space has been drawn, that there are certain sectors that you cannot touch. They are seen to be the fighters. They are seen to be the ones that are pushing for voice. Yet at the same time, they are suffocating others. At the same time, they are doing the same things that they are criticizing. The good thing is that I didn't see ISER there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Spire. Thank you, thank you. I can't add anything to what Spire has said. It was all clear, black and white. But there are some important lessons I think we have to pick from Spire's presentation, and I'll go straight into that around how do you make it participatory? How do you include people? And I want at this point to go to the audience. And in the audience, I'll give a chance. There is a gentleman. I also don't know him, but I know I was told that he's been part of our campaigns and he follows our work. He's in from one of the districts. Musa, I'll give him a chance to say something from the audience, but I would like to open up the space also to other people. If we can have some hands, and we take a few minutes, then we go for a break. We also have another community advocate from one of the districts that has been mobilizing people to rally around service delivery challenges around health and education and doing petitions with their local governments. So I'll give also Harriet a chance, but can we have other hands, please? Yes, I see Mwebe, I see there's a hand here. So we also have someone from West Nile, from Rice. That is very good. So we have a good representation. So I'll give Musa the first hand, then we go to West Nile, then we go to Mwebe, then we have Harriet, the community advocate. Those are four. Joseph, please help me. Please make it brief such that we have more people engaging. Thank you. So Musa, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Musa Okenya from PG District as a district councillor. I have a few. One is about local revenue. Dr. Spa Sentongo, nice to meet you again. When you talk about local revenue, it's the revenue which helps us in service delivery in our society, in our community. But what we request the government is to change the system of collecting local revenue when they take it by IRAS. Do you know IRAS? There is IRAS. This is a new system of collecting local revenue. They take revenue to the registry or to the revenue authority. When they take it, they return it back after 4 or 6 months, which refuses us to work or to deliver our services in our community. Secondly, is about health facilities. When you go there downtown or in our villages where we live, health facilities are too bad. When you go, like in PG, we have health center 4, which you want to put it on hospital status, but the government refuses to upgrade it to hospital status. Since 1999, in PG Health Center 4, our member of parliament by then was Dr. Levi-Zimba, I think. Dr. Levi-Zimba, I think, was a member of parliament of our district by then. PG was still on PG Butambala and Gomba, and also PG Wakiso Ntebe. But they submitted it to upgrade our health center to hospital status. But up to now, they refuse to upgrade it. And we need health facilities to be changed in our districts, most especially in PG, Butambala and Gomba. The last three is water sources. In town councils, we are not able to involve in water sources like boreholes, spring wells. We have to use only piped water, and they are not enough according to the. They are not enough according to the people we have. The turn up we have is big. Like in PG Town Council, I have like 100,000 people. Right now, as I'm talking, we need to be involved in some of our districts like Wakiso, Masaka, and Mitiana. Those are my submissions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Musa. I think you, the number of people that you can talk to from this meeting, it's an opportunity for you also to get to know what is happening in other areas as a local leader. Also, how you can mobilize your community members to rally because you have clear challenges in your communities around water, around health. And we know that it is those challenges that bring people together because they have a struggle. Like the way we know that in South Africa, how people have mobilized around struggles. So you have the struggles and it is very easy for people to buy in and see how you can make demands to government to be able to finance, and then we can reclaim. I'll go to West Nile. Yes, please keep it brief.
Thank
Keep
you.
it brief, such we.
Thank you very much. My name is Jackson Olema from Rice West Nile. I have two questions for Doctor. Number one is, I've really been thrilled by the campaigns he's doing on the social media, and he has focused more on the use of Twitter, or now the X. Would he be able to recommend also other social media platforms that can be credible for such campaigns? That's one question. The second question is, Doctor, you've also mentioned something very critical about articles that have been written by academics, which go in the journals and they end up being unknown whether they are well read or not. And I got to know that actually some of these articles could be sources of projects for NGOs because of the materials they have, because of the solutions they have. Is it possible to use your platforms to link NGOs to some of these articles so that they could make project sense to be able to support communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. I will not ask you to talk about the campaign for electricity in West Nile. For those of you who are in Uganda, West Nile is that part of Uganda up north. You have to cross the Nile, and they do not have, they are not on the national grid, and people have been running campaigns to see that they have access to electricity. So there's a lot of noise in that area because people are using generators for many years, so they do not have electricity. So, and our Maria Alessi, I don't know whether she's yet in the room, also they did a very good campaign on social media to put questions to government why they do not have electricity in that area. Of course, there were some private interests there. So, but people can speak to you about that. Mwebe?
Thank you so much, and thanks, Dr. Spire, for the work. Dr. Spire, yesterday you tweeted about the roads that had been patched with Maram, but now we have the potholes again with just 2 bouts of rain. And we also remember that during the pothole exhibition, the president came out and allotted a significant amount of money. My question then is, how are we going to keep sustaining the demands for the provision of public services when we see actions as these, where there are patches here and there? I want to end it with just this. When we are doing the work in the area of corporate accountability, but also in development financing, this is the same challenge we have with the financials. When we advocate for them pushing the governments to do the right thing, we see governments act with the force applied. In a space of time, they let go. And then when we still push again, they act and let go. And there's nothing substantial that we can do. What is that substantial thing that we can do to change this pattern where they only act upon the noise, and when it subsides, they're able to still go on with the wrongs? We've seen it in Wadena irrigation scheme in Uganda. We've seen it with Akira geothermal in Kenya. We've seen it with the Salima Energy Project in Malawi and all over the African countries. How do we sustain this to see that we don't see the relapses and lots of money and time?
Thank you, thank you. Harriet?
Okay. My name is Harriet, and I'm a community advocate in my district, that is Wiki district in Uganda. I want to request each one of you here, civil societies, to walk out of the buildings and come down to us, interface with us, and talk to us. Teach us our rights and tell us about the state obligations. I want to commend ISER. It has been coming to our district, talking to us, and told us our rights and obligations. That's why I'm here. I know how to talk, I know how to speak, I know how to demand for what I know and what I have learned. Professor from South Africa yesterday talked about donors. People, am I sure we are safe with donors here, with the donor-funded groups? I don't know what you discuss with the donors. I don't know if the information we're giving today is safe in your ears. And I want to wonder, What are you going to use our information for, with, and when do we get feedback about what you have taken? And how are we supposed to know what we are to get from you? Are you actually helping us, or are you satisfying yourselves? Where are you taking the pain of the communities, of the information that you take from us? I have, in my community, we have been learning about our rights and obligations, and I've been organizing barazas, community meetings, and interacting with them. I know the power of numbers. I have 2 success stories to tell. Because I learned of my rights and obligations, duties, we raised an alarm. We called upon the district COW, the health officials, the education officials, and the community interfaced with them. We spoke our pain out, and please, they reacted. We have a health center that is being elevated. We have petitions that are running, and the numbers of the petitions were alarming. The interesting part of it was the people that signed the most were the elderly women. So I believe in the power of numbers. Please walk out of these rooms, go and talk to the communities, interact with them face to face. They have a lot in their minds. They have a lot that they don't know. If I had been attending most of these things, or if ISER wasn't coming to our communities, there's a lot that I wouldn't know. I didn't know of my rights. I didn't know what I had to demand for.
I'm going to cut you short in the interest of time, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela.
Talking about your success. I need to call back the moderator to take us to break. But before that, I just want to give 2 minutes to our panelists just to wrap it up. And what is it that we should do after this in thinking about bringing the people together, rallying behind the causes that we are talking about, and using the power of the numbers?
Okay, thank you very much, Angela, and all the participants. I think what we need to acknowledge and appreciate is that there is nothing that can tempt a silver bullet. There isn't one strategy that can answer all our problems. Secondly, there isn't one organization that can meet all of our needs. So we need to take a broad mind, approach different sectors and different stakeholders so that at the end of the day, we can take a collective approach towards solving our problems. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you very much, Angela. From what we hear from the audience, I believe it's a call to action for all of us. It's not enough for you to identify the challenges. We should go beyond merely identifying the challenges that we see with our public services to actually start to demand, whether it's through strategic litigation or mobilizing on social media or utilizing social movements to demand. It's something that we need to take seriously. It's each and every person's responsibility. And by folding hands, we don't wish the problem away. It's only when we act that we are actually able to reclaim our public services. So I call on everyone, do your part, mobilize communities, join the movement to reclaim public services across Africa.
And maybe for Dr. Spire, in your parting shot, you should also tell us how do we sustain this? You're already saying it's too much, it's on my shoulders. And what happens next?
Right, thank you so much, and thanks for the comments and questions. Yeah, one of the things that I was struggling so much with during the exhibitions is the impression I would get from the public that the exhibitions were a panacea to everything. The thinking that we are going to solve all problems of Uganda through exhibitions. Yes, the exhibitions had their advantages, they had their achievements, but still they couldn't be the solution to so many things. Naturally, that is impossible. And what could be said to be a strength, to have been a strength of the exhibitions, but at the same time bearing a weakness within it, is that the expectations of society were so high and there was too much trust. Up to now, I think the trust is high, the expectations are high. But when the expectations are too high and you do not meet them, that means that soon people are even going to turn against you. You gave us hope that the potholes are going to be sorted. You gave us hope that the health sector is going to be sorted, but we still see challenges. So I would want to look at this as one of the attempts at trying to make sure that some of these things are addressed. And as an attempt, you'll achieve certain things, others might not be achieved, which is why I think that everyone should be thinking from the angle of where they stand. What contribution can I make? I might not be able to tweet like everyone else. I might not be able to go to social media, but from where I have some power, some influence, how do I use it to complement or to add something to what the others are doing? There were even some who had folded their hands and just suggesting, okay, what are you going to do about this? Aspire, what are you going to do? It's not a Aspire thing. It's not a Aspire initiative. So I think the question should be more in terms of what can we do in our different ways. One of the challenges that I notice with our society is that many people are not, and maybe this relates to our education system, we have a problem with imagination. We have a problem with innovation, with creativity, that we seem to want to operate within what is available, within what we found to be the practice. Today, you'll see so many NGOs write reports, and they've been writing reports for years and years. Sometimes they are aware that no one is reading these reports, that the reports are not really of any consequence or a small consequence, but we continue doing it in the same way without imagining or asking ourselves, are there alternative ways in which we can do this? Which is the same question that relates to our academic work. The research that we do is very important, but we need to ask ourselves, can we disseminate it in forms that are more accessible to our publics? Yes, journal articles are important, but if people are not reading journals and you're not going to push them or to force them to read journals, can we think of movies? Can we think of kits or memes? The channels that are accessible to our public. So it's about imagination. It's about trying to create beyond what is provided or beyond what is the practice that you find. I'm partly helped by the philosophy background. In philosophy, we are trained not to take anything for granted, to constantly question everything. If we are doing this, why should we be doing it that way? And the challenge, one of the reasons as to why many of us do not get there is culture. Many of our cultures teach submission. Many of our cultures teach obedience, sometimes even where it's not necessary. Respect is a very important thing, but we also know that today respect is part of the problem. Sometimes an elder is the problem, but as you're trying to address them and say, let's respect elders. And sometimes even pushing back is seen to be unruly, it's seen to be uncultured. So there are things that we have to sort within our cultures. There are things that we have to sort within our mindset, how we look at society and how we look at our capacities, how we look at the resources that are available, such as social media. Many of us, we simply use social media for fun. We take it to be an instrument of fun, of entertainment, but it can do much more than that. How do we sustain what we are doing? Potholes, we made noise, they were filled with soil, the rains came, the soil has been washed into water channels, clogging them. So does it mean that all has been wasted? I don't think so. And of course, many of us did not expect much, but even the mere gesture, for instance, the president came out to release 6 billion, KCCA came out, Parliament came out during the pothole exhibition. It shows that when we speak out, even in other alternative ways, something that can be done, the achievements are incremental. Even if it's a small achievement that we are having, if we get so many complementary achievements from different initiatives, they will build up to something great. Many of us might not be privy to what is happening behind curtains. I know there is so much conversation in NGO circles that is arising from the exhibitions. There are conversations on accountability. There are conversations on a treatment of workers. I know that in the Ministry of Health, there are so many conversations that arise from the exhibitions. So we achieve something, but even if we do not achieve the entirety of what we imagined, I think we should only think in terms of how do we build on that to even realize more. Very lastly, I don't have a very clear answer to the question on the journal articles are important, but how do we access them? Of course, in very general terms, I could say you can Google, you can go to Google Scholar, but I understand that even when you go there, many of these articles are in languages that are not accessible. In academic jargon, sometimes you'll get an article and it simply discourages you. You don't understand what they are talking about, yet they are talking about your village. They are talking about issues in your community. So it's a challenge in the academia that we have to think about. But for those that are accessible in a language that is accessible, I don't know whether we still have community libraries. We used to have libraries in almost every district where you would expect to find a computer, but you can go online and the librarians can guide you. I don't know whether such things still exist. If they don't, in our various districts, these are some of the things we can push for. I know there are people who would still go there for information. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our panelists. Can we appreciate that? So I will hand over to my colleague to wrap it up.
Merci beaucoup. C'est toujours difficile d'arrêter les professeurs quand ils parlent.
Thank you very much. It will be very difficult to summarize everything. I'd like to congratulate Angela and appreciate all the panelists. So thank you very much. We are going to go to the break. We are going to take 15 minutes. Please enjoy your coffee. You can also come here with your coffee. It's 15 minutes so that we can go to the next step. Thank you.
Going to add, as you got your tea, take a look at the beautiful gallery. You took some time creating that art. And as you come back, we're going to be referring to what has come from that as we talk about the manifesto, and then get back time to see if it is capturing your demand. Over there.
Over the past 10 years, ISER has confirmed that quality public social services in areas such as health and education is critical to the realization of social and economic rights for all.
Quality public social services
are key to ensuring equality and inclusion for all groups in society. Enable people to live in dignity
and achieve better standards of living, better for all people, including the poor and most vulnerable.
In the next phase of ISER, for those we are living today, we should have checked out. For those of you that are staying here and you know check out where it is today, by now you should be checking out. If you haven't quickly handle that, but it's a very short tea break. We do want people to be back.
Health and education must be free for all.
Government must invest in quality public social services.
Public social services be financed through progressive taxation.
Government refrains from commercializing and privatizing essential public social services.
Public funds must not finance for-profit entities involved in social service delivery.
Government strengthens regulatory framework for private actors in social services.
The public meaningfully participates
in designing and monitoring public social services.
Over the past 10 years, ISER has confirmed that quality public social services in areas such as health and education is critical to the realization of social and economic rights for all.
Quality public social services
are key to ensuring equality and inclusion for all groups in society. Enable people to live in dignity
and achieve better standards of living, better for all people, including the poor and most vulnerable.
In the next phase of ISER, we are growing a movement
To reclaim public social services.
Therefore, we demand that
Government strengthens public social service delivery. Government remains in control of the provision of quality public social services. Quality public health and education must be free for all.
government must invest in quality public social services.
Public social services be financed through progressive taxation. Government refrains from commercializing
And privatizing essential public social services. Public funds must not finance for-profit entities involved in social service delivery.
Government strengthens regulatory framework for private actors in social services.
The public meaningfully participates
In designing and monitoring public social services.
One with God, alone, most high. Your hidden glory in creation, now revealed in you, Christ. What a beautiful name. What a beautiful name. So Jesus, you Hosanna in the highest. Hosanna in the highest.
Bien. Mesdames et messieurs, je pense que.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can now talk about after the small break that arrived. So we are a little bit late, so we are going to try to catch up with the delay. But immediately we are going to give the floor to Kasum Koulibaly in 2 minutes. He is going to share his experience in regards to the establishment the process campaign processes. So Mr. Koulibaly, if you are ready, so 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes, but then we're going to go to the next session. Thank you. Thank you, dear moderator. Merci beaucoup.
Some comments about what our keynote speaker said this morning about movement building. Just a few points. One point is about when we are talking about the pioneers of movement building in Africa as linked to the Pan-Africanism, I just want to come together as one continent, because most of the time when people coming from the English-speaking parts speaks, sometimes they forget some people from the French-speaking parts. And as the creating of the African Union, where are some people or some leaders in Africa, just I want to call one, the first president of Mali, Modibo Keïta, was one of the Pan-Africanism leader that came with Haile Selassie and other people to set up the African Union in 1963. The second point is about the women's rights movement in Africa. Just I want to highlight one point that's very important. In 2003, we have what we call in Africa the Maputo Protocol. I think that this is a very, very important point in the women's rights movement building in the continent as we celebrate the 20th anniversary on that Maputo Protocol. This is the only continental framework and legal and convention that African states agreed on how we can push forward the women's rights in the continent. I think that we need to have that in mind, because for me, and as a he for she and a feminist too, I think that the Pan-Africanist movement building will be led by women. And has said, I think that women should be placed in front of this movement building, and we need to have them on board, not just to tick some box and as statistics, but to give them the power to lead the transformative movement building we are in Africa. The third point I want to raise about our colleagues from keynote speaker is about how, what is his thought on financing the movement building. Because yesterday, our co-chair, Professor Sepo, said about how can we have our own financing instruments to build our own movement and to be independent. I think that this is the critical issue. When we build movement, how this movement can be, should not be taken over by the people who found us, who found our movement. It's not just building ideas, building coalitions. How can we sustain our movement using our internal resources to finance those movement? I think that this is the critical point. I want our keynote speaker and colleagues here in that conference to have to come and discuss with. The third point is South-South cooperation. I'm very happy to see ISER doing a great job and sharing experiences. But what we want in Africa is how can we African civil society organization, both from French-speaking side and English-speaking side, can come together to share experience and to build our capacities, to build movements. Experience done in the English-speaking countries is very interesting, but in our side, in French-speaking countries, is not so good things we have. So we need your experience, we need capacities from you, and to share your experience, your capacity, and to teach us how to do it also can be very good. And we need ISER to lead, this thing inside also ACCA, but also in the continent level. And the last thing is about social media. Thank you, Professor, for sharing your thoughts about social media. But some of the time in our countries, especially in French-speaking countries, when we want to build movement, political leaders they shut down internet connection. In Gabon right now, they happen some days again. And how can we deal with that issue where we want to build movement using technologies and internet, and government people always use their overpower to shut down internet connection, and we are not able to connect each other and to let's continue to build the movement. How can we overcome this situation? Thank you very much for giving me the space to talk about these points. Thank you.
Thank you, Kassoum. Alors, merci beaucoup, Kassoum.
Thank you, Kassoum. I think we have enough experiences that we can use as a strength so that to have a good campaign. So we're going to go now to the next session, that is about the African manifesto. And I'm going to invite Abdullah for the session.
Hi, everyone. What is your mood low today? Should we dance again? No. Then I need some more energy. We're like at a funeral. And we had a very fascinating discussion earlier. And I was so glad that these questions have come up. How can we get women at the forefront? What can we do to organize ourselves better? In the morning discussion, I thought I'd hear about the sex strike that helped end a war in Liberia, where women got together and there was grassroots organizing, and they decided they don't have sex with their men until their leaders got it together. It was quite effective. So really think outside the box as we begin to think about how we can move the public services agenda forward. I don't know if my PowerPoint is ready. I want to start off with, if you look at the agenda, we're supposed to be going into talking circles. But yesterday you had taken some time to visualize the Africa you want. I hope you got a chance to look at the beautiful images, and I was really hoping by now they would be, this PowerPoint won't work with the lighting, I guess. I should have probably used black text. You have to follow up, but I had hoped that I would have them here. I'm waiting, maybe Brian or the rest to also share them. But if you haven't, you can just take a look at the wall. So yesterday we were really imagining, and someone said the failure of Africans is in the imagination. We're talking about the Africa we want. What should be in it? What are we demanding? You know, there are three words if you see over here: demand, finance, reclaim. What are we demanding? And what is it that we're saying should be financed? And what are we reclaiming? Last night I had a very heated discussion over drinks with some colleagues who will reveal themselves shortly in the questions, I hope. Where we really had our, when you have drinks, you really frankly speak about your feelings. And there were very important points that were raised. As Africans, what are you reclaiming? What happens when, for example, your first experience of healthcare, of Western healthcare, came with missionaries who set up schools and the state then later on followed? Can you then say you're reclaiming, right? But then others argued maybe what we're reclaiming, and I want to give a chance to my esteemed colleague. Would you like to say what you said? I thought it summed it up beautifully, but if you could, you don't feel comfortable? I don't want to butcher what you said, but Judge said that what we're reclaiming is really the public. It's for the public. It's that public spirit around these services, and we can have some of those debates today. We talked about also to what extent do you say you're regulating private actors, social services is enough? If you regulate affordability, who do you leave out? Is that really what you want? I am not seeing some of the fantastic crowd I was with last night. I think if anyone is outside, please come back in. But as we'll have those discussions, I wanted to just really for us to get a sense of what's happening. So like I say, this process has been a slow process that's been from different consultations. Angela mentioned some of the earlier ones that happened quite informally at the African Commission, as some of us were convening. But last year we had the definitive first dialogue that brought us together, the Africa We Want, reclaiming public services as a right. Before that, we had some consultations to inform there's a global manifesto that ISER and a number of other international partners, Oxfam, ActionAid, and so forth, were championing, because we wanted to make sure that even at the global level, these discussions are happening. But it's there that we actually began to see the divergence in some of our demands. And so last year we had a virtual dialogue. I think Johnson is around. Johnson was one of the speakers. There was Ebenezer, Judge Muhammad, a number of the speakers that were also here, and people were part of that. And we began to be very deliberate. One of the two things came out of last year's discussion. One, we must have a manifesto. We must get a bit more clear on our demands that we can agree upon before we get into the fight properly. And number two, we should start this coalition and have it loose and begin to build and think about it. But the back of our heads were like, well, a coalition, we're trying to build a movement, so a coalition will only be there to really steer the process, make sure there's momentum on it. And then now we've had this, right, which has been so fantastic. It's always interesting. I think last year's group, I didn't know half of the people. Some were businessmen, some had about it on dialogues on Africa Rising, and others, just different forums. It was really eclectic. And this year we have a group that some have argued is mostly lawyers, although I've seen a lot of economists, I've seen community activists, I've seen communication and journalism and media. And I've been hearing what you all have been saying, the silent note taker, besides being your entertainment queen. And I was looking at some of the things you got to reimagine. So let's take a look at what I thought was coming out of the discussions from both events. One is that we are in a troubled world. There's COVID-19, cost of living crisis, and all of these have underscored why the status quo as is right now cannot remain, and why we must strengthen public, and I say social services, but we just see that public services. So health, education, I wrote social protection, but I should add electricity, water, like all of that was coming through from your discussion. So I will add that. And that the African continent is actually really lagging behind. Next. We had yesterday a lot about the debt burden exponentially growing and how it's attracting resources that could be used to finance public services. So this part of the manifesto is just sort of describing what I think is the problem from what you all have been discussing. Next. And then again, the fact that, and we had it from today morning, the importance of domestic revenue mobilization and where the gaps are, and the fact that we are losing so much money. The keynote speaker yesterday, Brian, talked about the illicit financial flows. We were having debates even today morning about, are the wealthy paying their fair share of tax, and how do we curb that? Them not paying their fair share of tax, corporate tax exemptions. And the fact, and this came out yesterday's discussion by my colleague from Nigeria, why aren't we using our minerals and harnessing them to, and other resources we may have, maybe minerals, I should add other words, oil, natural resources would maybe be a more appropriate word. You can all think about that. You'll have time now to break into groups and like really concretize on some of this to pay public services. And that as a result of this financing gap, there's been a proliferation of private actors. And we all had these stories yesterday. I remember Linda was speaking about what Oxfam had found with the detention of and Liz as well this morning, detention of people in hospitals because they couldn't pay exorbitant charges. The down deposits people had to pay just to get healthcare during COVID, which was a pandemic. And this is actually, I think it's really important we zero in on some of these things because it affects the demands we're making. And generally, we heard from Brian yesterday about the commercialized, like we're living in an order where profits subsume, where there are monopolies and oligarchies, and those are the things that are driving the end of the day and the privatization that happened. So this transformation of what should be a public good, regardless of who is providing it, whether you're a private actor or government, but what should be a public service, a public good, and certain actors coming in and their primary objective is profit. Next. Yeah, so we then began to say, okay, what is Africa we want? There were 3 words again, like I said, and from our understanding, from what people have said, this is how I would explain them. Demand. We want people to stand up and begin to demand, right? Those are the actors there. And what they will demand, we'll then be talking about in the next couple of slides. In terms of financing, we want to think about what are they financing, which will come under our demands, but also who is financing. And we know that in our case, it's governments, but it's also other partners, particularly powerful international financial institutions and the development partners that often dictate what and how things get financed, and they also give money. We could maybe even add the communities sometimes finance things on a smaller scale, but we didn't get into that because it's very ad hoc, and we focus on the main ones. And then reclaim. Again, what were we keeping? Reclaiming, and the idea here was we are trying to say that these were designed as public services. The spirit of them is public. So we want to reclaim that. That means commercialization, profit can never be the primary overarching objective, right? And I think that helps you begin to think about, because when you talk about private, you're also private. They're private, not for profit. They're communities that get together and decide they want to make a school and so forth. But their objective is not their primary objective is not profit. And we began again to say, how does this, let's look at our culture societies as they were. Water. You could have water on your land, but like we do in one of our village plots, but you can never block the community from accessing it. You cannot necessarily, you can't even charge them because again, it's the idea that this is this public good. So you may want to develop, you may want to do certain things, but traditionally there was a coexistence that recognized that certain things were sacrosanct and there was a public spirit to them. Okay, so in terms of demands, and take a look at what I think, and then let's work more clearly to sharpen and come up with things that will work for people, and we'll continue the process even after. So public services, first of all, as I think a starting statement, we recognize that they're key to really reducing inequality, creating a fair, just, and democratic society. What do you think about the word democratic? It's a prompt. We're just hearing about the coups and so forth. But also, and how do you unpack words like democracy and separate them from how we are being told they are, where we think about democracy as elections and so forth? We'll have that discussion as you reflect on this. Next, public services owned by the people and for the people. Right? Which means regardless of whether I voted for you, they're ours. They're our public services. I get to have healthcare. It shouldn't depend on whether you feel, you can't wake up and say, sorry, you didn't vote. And this happens, by the way, in a lot of African countries. You didn't vote for me. There was supposed to be a road going there. It won't go there. It will go to that district. There's supposed to be you need a health center, but you voted opposition. I am putting it over here. So yeah, next slide. And this is the one I was having a debate with right before tea. So should we say that certain public services must be provided for free? There must be a free element to them. And this really was trying to figure out the thing that came up. The issue that predominantly came up is people get excluded, they can't afford, they can't access. So can you say as Africans that, you know what we're saying, our governments must ensure certain, and the reason why we zeroed in on health and education is simple. For health, in terms of the fact, healthcare was really particularly driven by the COVID-19 pandemic, but also in general, like the lag at which you're supposed to get healthcare, and if there's a delay and you're trying to get money or you're not allowed to, like someone will actually die. For education, it was the idea that, Africa is mostly young. We're going to have this huge workforce. Should a certain, at minimum level of education be provided to everyone, regardless of their parents' ability to pay? Think about that, reflect on it. Just to note for you all, in the Uganda has a manifesto, the Reclaim Public Services Coalition in Uganda, which got together at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic and just we put out a call and said, enough is enough, come talk to us. And different people, some of them were social media activists, some were young people, so it's a different crowd, I don't know all of them, got together and began to deliberate. And these are the things, this one came out saying, for us in our context, this is a reality we must at least see. So in the African context, given the needs of the people, is this something we should also demand? In the Global Manifesto, it's not done that way, but you may think about why it may be necessary here. The other key demand is to states and also to financial institutions. And we can think about how to sharpen the language, but can we argue that maximum available resources should be devoted financing public services? And this targets some of the things. So for example, Linda talked about the arm of the World Bank and the fact that it funds private for-profit health facilities. If you're saying, and the other arm of the World Bank is saying, the World Bank itself, not the IFC is the for-profit bit, but the World Bank is saying, the World Bank, that arm, because the World Bank gets confused, the World Bank group has different arms, but the World Bank is saying, we need to double our health spending to at least pre-COVID levels to survive this. So there's that contradiction where we don't have enough public resources, but we sometimes see our own governments or international financial institutions putting the resources and saying they're giving them to healthcare, but they're not giving them to the public services, right? In Uganda, we have the famous Lubowa Hospital, where the government is, it's in this case, it's guaranteeing. And I thought yesterday, the member of parliament would speak to it. He's quite passionate about it, and how it's increasing added burden. We're still responsible for it, but it's only going to be serving a certain group of elite people. Should we then say that this is, what do we say about devoting maximum available resources? And again, that language is also drawn from those of us who do economic social rights, a very human rights language that when you think about the obligations around economic social cultural rights, you use the word maximum available resources. So you have to look just the same way you are not going to let your children starve. You may not have a job, you may not, but when you're going to look for every bit and you're going to first prioritize on that. And then also thinking through what he said this morning about the fact that we haven't paid enough attention to domestic revenue mobilization. And so getting back and saying, we want our states to finance this through progressive taxation. And the idea, because we have different people in the room today, the idea of progressive taxation is that those who have more wealth are then taxed more. We've had discussions in Africa. We must widen the tax base. And sometimes they say, yes, widen the tax base, and they bring more taxes that are actually really affecting those who didn't even have much in the first place, because you're like, I want to get everyone into the tax base. And then certain groups, we talked a lot about people like, I don't know how many here, we have a lot of cows. People who have a lot of cows is wealth. Each cow is quite substantial and you can sell it without paying tax. But someone, a cleaner earning 400,000 shillings or whatever, will definitely have to be taxed. So talking about progressive taxation, I think here rethinking, let's go to the next one. Rethinking the international financial architecture. We had that discussion happen a lot yesterday with both OWS and I think even Brian. Thank you. Guys, when I go too fast, I sometimes rap. Please let me know. And I just, yes, you're in charge of interpreters. Just be like, no, just do this, like the X. But in terms of, like, we've been talking about the fact that the way the system was designed was not for us, right? And it means that there's, for example, our countries are sometimes constrained, for example, on what they could tax and how they could tax, depending on some of the global rules, right? We could also think about things like illicit financial flows. And this is money that leaves the continent legally and illegally. I could structure things such that I hide the money in offshore accounts or money laundering, or it could just be that in the way that there are loopholes that enable people to be able to lose their money. So like, I'm not breaking the law, I'm just taking advantage of the loopholes. And the lawyers here, or those of you who have advised clients would be quite pertinent to that. But the idea is that a lot of money, we are trying to say, okay, we first said, give the maximum available resources, get money from your people and so forth. Now we're also saying, curb where the money is escaping. Curb the gaps. And for those of you who may not be aware of things like illicit financial flows, I urge you to read the Becky report that really brought this to the forefront. If you just Google that, it will be able to come up. And then now this comes into whether private actors as they provide these services. And this is drawn from, this part of the manifesto is drawn from General Comment 7 of the African Commission, which I think is very telling, because at that, the fact that the Commission, in interpreting the African Charter, decided that, listen, we cannot leave our healthcare education to the whims of the market, I think is very significant. And so it's the idea that, and it reminds that when you provide these services, it's a public activity. You may think you're doing it, I got some money, I set up my this and this, but it's ultimately a public good. And so all these actors, according to General Comment 7, have public civic obligations. What does it mean? It means the primary interest, the public interest must be the primary objective. You can want to make whatever, but the public interest must be the overarching objective. Now, that's when I had a very fascinating discussion yesterday about, are we making it very hard? Will they now all leave? Someone said maybe they should all leave if they don't want to have the public interest as the primary objective, right? So next. And then this guidance on when private actors, the regulation, what states must ensure when private actors are providing services is also drawn from the General Comment. And I have a particular paragraph, so I just put it there verbatim, which is, please go back. If you look at them, there are a number of things. It's available, it must be available, accessible, acceptable, of the highest quality. You can't see anything, sir. Effectively regulated and subject to democratic public accountability. One of the things that came out very strongly was you can't even begin to question when it's sometimes private actors, such an opaque, they're like, it's my money, who do you think you are? As the public, you can't say, and Harriet has a lot of experience, the attempt as a community to challenge a private, and this case they say they were private, not for profit, but what they were doing was actually, that it was different when they decided to detain people, and they first held a baraza dialogue with the district government, asked the actor to come, the actor did not come. Then they said, listen, you're the only facility here, and in fact, you even get some government funds to help you reach some of us, but then you're detaining people and they're not gazetted places of detention. And the private actor, their reaction was to intimidate, was to harass. There was no, there was just no accountability to it. So one of the things the General Comment emphasizes is that the state at all times must be in charge. Yes, it's providing, yes, it's financing, but anyone else in this space, because it's a public good, the state must be in charge and must be looking at that process. Next. And then the other key ask that I think came through from here, but it's also in the General Comment, is that public funds should not be used for-profit entities providing public services. Which again, because we are recognized as a continent, that we already say we are facing some sort of shortage of resources. So if we're devoting maximum available resources, they would be going to the public services. And then we've talked about public-private partnerships, and should they be allowed in areas like healthcare and education, when the research has been showing that actually the state ends up paying more, and they become a form of debt that is not captured even in the country's debt statistics. And so that is something for you all to think about. We've sometimes challenged you and said, what is a successful example of, Linda is here, she can talk to you about also some of even Kenya's experience in particular around these. Next. And then yesterday, I don't remember who said it, but they emphasized the importance of the workforce. I think it was Honorable Siranda, the East African Parliament MP, and the idea that you can't expect public services to be provided well, of quality, if you don't take care of those who provide them. We've also noted that there has been a lot of, sometimes when they say times are hard, we must cut, we must make some cuts. You've been hearing the IMF say, fiscal consolidation, austerity. What often happens in African countries? We say no more hiring, no more raising of the wage. But then what does that result in? In Uganda, as far as I was talking about the morning, the medical doctors, the interns are people who do residents, medical residents, and they are the ones who actually serve the public health facilities, were on strike for months. they could not be deployed because again, the government was like, no, we're not supposed to now spend. So we've frozen this bit of it. The other time it was other health workers also on strike because of wages. So we are saying that even when times are tough, you must recognize and make sure this workforce is really well taken care of. And then yesterday, I see for most of your chats in the discussion led by Maria Leslie, where you had asked to reimagine and to think about how do you prioritize those who are often at the margins of society and recenter them. You know, one of the things that Brian said yesterday that I thought was poignant was there are people who are, they shouldn't be an afterthought. Oh, the poor, all the vulnerable, like they should be at the center. In fact, the system should be designed with them at the core. And I saw a number of your charts, there was a lot of emphasis around discrimination. And so that for us to actually have equitable public services that are inclusive, there must be, the state must tackle the discrimination. We recognize that you can be discriminated on multiple fronts based off your gender, or like different areas. So yeah. And then accountability, transparency. Take a look and think about where this even captures governance. I was really struggling with how to capture the governance demand we were saying. People were saying, unless we fix the governance, we can't have public services, quality. We can't have what we're demanding. But how do you fix the governance? Because governance, you know, is it just the government that you're thinking about? Who are you holding accountable? What are the processes? All of that. So I try to come up with that. We can get feedback on that, which is about inclusive participation, transparent, accountable. Yes, that's it. Fantastic. So you've listened to me talk. I was summing up what I thought. I really want those pictures. I thought they were so fantastic and so creative. I saw some of you trying to draw toilets, then you failed. And the span of the public services from what I saw as well really go across. I saw roads, I saw electricity, I saw health, I saw education, water. So yes, I would love to now hear from you. I need some energy. I know there must be things, and I want to start with Judge. I would love to hear your reflection. Can you please, yes, you can have your mic on.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's not coming up. Hello, hello. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to express my opinion on one or two issues. I'll use my country, Cameroon, as an example of what I'm going to say. In fact, the reflection so far on public service delivery all over sub-Saharan Africa is not very different from what operates in Cameroon. The issues of corruption, influence peddling, and the low pay of public civil servants is key, and these are factors which cause the whole process of effective public service delivery to be in line with a downtrodden, or in other words, I'm trying to say that these factors put together cause the delivery of public service not to be as effective and efficient as it's supposed to be. From the perspective of civil society, I always try to say that the interest of the civil society is more or less in line with the general comments, which have comment number 7, which has to do with the effective delivery of services to the public in the interest and on behalf of the public. which in other words, civil society plays a very key role in complementing and supplementing the work of government for the general good. I don't know, yesterday we had some reflections on this. We were looking at whether the investment done by civil society organizations in terms of delivering the health sector, education, public infrastructural development are also in line with the task and duties and obligations by states to provide public services which are efficient and very effective. Thank you.
Thank you. So from what I'm hearing for you, that public, the spirit of it needing to be, it has to be in the public interest for the public is a very key component that should come out. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, my question is a bit long, but let me make it brief. Alana, we are together in Parliament recently, and we are advocating on our part for the law that is actually passed, and we are waiting for the president to sign it, which is stringent on access to medicine, the Narcotics and the Psychotropic Substances Control Act. Now, one of the members of parliament said, you know, you people, whenever we talk about, we come up with a law, you come here saying human rights, human rights-based approach. So my question is this, there are two underlying things. One is that reclaiming public services. Some people say that's politicking. It's like a myth and misconception underlying there, and we need to tackle it. Number two, how do you divorce now these notions that when you come up to speak, you are looked at as someone who is pro-people, but you are not a politician, you know? And the whole notion that human rights, let me tell you, for example, in our country now, when somebody says, I'm a human rights defender, you know what comes into people's minds immediately before you say anything more? And I can tell you, we passed a law recently. So that's what comes into people's mind. And therefore, everybody who is going to church, everybody who is in the state, looks at you as if now for you, you are in opposition immediately. So how do we make sure that we speak about this? We have our point made with these underlying kind of myths and misconceptions, and we are not looked at as opponents. And I shared a tweet where yesterday you were even speaking, and I got in my inbox, someone from the circles saying, hey, now Mark, are you also part of this kind of movement? And it's like some leader in some ways. So it's not like it's a fear, but it's a real misconception. How do you divorce? And those are like 3 questions, but I hope you get to answer. Thank you.
Wow, I see a lot of hands. Evelyn, Mwebe, and Francois.
Thank you so much. The concept of reclaim is not new within the global context. Some contexts actually refer to it as either municipalization or renationalization of public services. And the call and the aspect of pushing for reclaim, we should always not forget our history. If you forget your history, you'll never be able to forge your future from an informed perspective. For the people who are familiar with the Washington Consensus of 1980s, which actually pushed the African countries and generally the least developed countries to privatize their public services as a condition for every government to receive loan. Because whether they want it or not, the issue of privatization of public services was not, a development made by our own governments. This was a neoliberal approach in terms of taking up our public services to be able to give, a bit of relief to Reagan and Margaret Thatcher at that time. Because the economies were actually suffering, there was actually less money. So to put off the pressure from the private sector, open for them other market opportunities outside your country, And the best opportunity was within the public service. Because whether you want it or not, somebody will have to go to the hospital, somebody will have to use water, somebody wants to use electricity. So the concept of reclaim is not new to Africa. In Italy, they've been able to reclaim their water, which was actually privatized way back in 2000. In London, the public transport was actually reclaimed. So the concept of reclamation is not a political terminology, it is a social and justice terminology. So I still want to go with the term, let's reclaim the public services. But then to allay the fears of my comrade, the previous speaker, our lawmakers are not all knowledgeable. So we should always excuse some of their sentiments. Some of them don't even understand because some of them, they're not exposed to some of these terminologies. So whether we want it or not, if you're going to be at the forefront of justice, if you're going to eat an omelet, you must be willing to break the egg and the shell will never feel comfortable, but you must eat the omelet. Thank you.
Okay, Mwebe.
Was it Johnson? I'm not sure what, I'm kind of blocked by the camera. So that table.
Thank you, Alana. My name is Johnston from East African Center for Human Rights. I have two things I want to comment. One, as we agitate for public services, I know in this room, we are not as many as we might think. There are so many civil society organizations that work around various issues. But one thing we need to be aware, if we were to build a movement, first of all, we need to ask ourselves, where are we as civil society organizations in terms of understanding the approach to development, charity, and human rights? Because there are so many organizations that are still focused on development and charity. They have not yet had that conversation to begin to shift into human rights, where we ask the questions that we are asking here. Why? And for us to begin to build the movement where we have everybody on board agitating for public services, we need first of all go back to these people and ask them, why are you doing what you are doing? Is it because you have funding? Is it because you want to get a livelihood? Or is it because you are addressing an issue that the government has failed to address? And that why question now brings us to begin to interrogate even the development approaches that we are using, begin to agitate for change from the people's perspective. What does development mean for them? And even when we are saying we are offering charity, how then do we bring in the issue of justice? How do we balance charity and justice? This will help us now to, even as we engage in development, to begin to have a shift that yes, we are providing services, we are filling the gap that the government has failed, but in the long run, we want a system that will be sustainable. Because most of the time when you talk about sustainability, we are saying how do we fundraise more? We are not asking how do we address the root cause of the issues. And the root cause of the issues is underlining in the whole principle of human rights. So for me, yes, let's have a manifesto, but this manifesto needs to be embraced not with the people sitting in this room alone, but the actors on the grassroots. And the actors on the grassroots can only address or embrace manifesto which they believe they have a contribution, which they believe it's addressing the issue of human rights. So we need to ask those questions and have a number of questions that as we think of the manifesto, we need to ask ourselves, which Alana has really brought out, what are our demands? And the demands should not be my demand, me sitting in this room, but the demands of the people we represent, the demands of the local woman and the local child and the orphan. When you go there and you talk, you resonate with what they are seeking. Number two, why are we demanding it? And the why question takes me back to the human rights aspect. Each one of us needs to see, yes, I'm asking this because it's a human right issue. Whom are we demanding it to? We must be very clear and address those specific individuals in the demand, because sometimes we make the demand so general that, yeah, we are demanding the government to do this, but people in the government still will play their tricks and say, this is not my tocket, it's the tocket of the other person. So we need to have those demands very clear. To whom are we addressing these demands to? Then what kind of indicators do we want to have even as we make this manifesto? How long do we want this manifesto to be realized? Those demands. Do we want to have a demand that we want to see after 1 year, after 2 years, something happening, or do we want just to leave it open? Because that's where the energy of many of us often die. We make a manifesto, then we make it open, we run with it, we feel our energy is gone, we drop it. So those are some of the reactions that I wanted to bring on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnson. You're next, right? And then I'm then going to have back to this table. So first you, then this side. Yes.
Yes, I'll be quick.
And the ladies, aside from Evelyn, you've been quite quiet. And we were told you should be at the front of the movement. And I hope the online audience, if they have any questions, please, I hope someone is flagging that or comments. We need to make sure we're having that. Yes.
Yeah, just a quick observation from our engagements, but also after failing at drawing yesterday. I didn't fail at drawing the toilets. I didn't fail at drawing the toilets at least, but in terms of public services, we have to also remember how important it is as a system. In that while we were drawing the hospital and the schools, we suddenly realized, we have to draw piped water and electricity lines to everything. And it reminded me again that we can't, while I come from education, so there are contextual things, we have to understand that we can't function separately.
Okay.
A hospital can't function without electricity, water, sanitation, the same with the school, the same with all of our systems. We have to remember to think of it as part of that system. And especially a resilient one in terms of shocks, stresses, especially after the COVID pandemic. But it's just something that I want us to draw back to think about again, is that resilient system that our public services operate in as a collective. Because if one starts failing, the others will start causing issues or challenges as well.
That was really interesting. And someone else mentioned it, like it's so interconnected. And also how I also got similar feedback, for example, from Brian, who talked about we can't pretend that unless we lift our people out of poverty, like you were saying, these are not single issue struggles. And I think maybe that's the line we're going to do a bit more work, a demand that sort of, if at minimum, it's a statement that says they are interconnected, and that like we need to start crafting. And I hope I can have your assistance and others. It's quite hard. I also forgot to talk about access to remedy, because again, it's all interconnected. What happens when you can't? But back to this table, and I'm going to first give the lady, and then like 2 short, like 1 minute each, because then Spire over here wanted to visualize this, so maybe you can visualize it as we talk and then continues. Yes, he does a lot of cartoons. We warned you could be part of the caricatures. Yes.
Can I speak? Okay, so I wanted to maybe give a recommendation from one of our speakers who said, how can we divorce this misconception of when you say human rights, people think of any other business. So one thing I need to note is from someone's speech who said that we sometimes deliver in a wrong way as advocates. We use wrong language. Sometimes some people use abusive language and then want to come back to these same people they have insulted for help. So there is no way how you will insult an MP because of something today, and then tomorrow you call them to attend your meeting or to hear you on a certain petition and they listen to you. There is no way how they will do that. So I am of the view that if we are doing whatever we are doing in terms of advocacy, let's use proper language. Let's not be abusive and insult people in any way, because these are the people we chose, whether you chose it or whether you elected them or did not. They are the people we are going to work with and we are supposed to work with. How about you look for ways to maybe create roundtable discussions, talk to them, because when you talk to them, you realize that they are actually getting the issues and all that.
So I think you're getting into the next session. This session, just to be clear,
yes,
is on our demands. On our demands. We must have a meeting of the minds. And Johnson, for example, urged us to remember that it's not just about, it's like, what do our people want? What is it that we're saying we are reclaiming? What is it that we're saying? What is it we are saying? Then you can get into, and we're going to have that session on strategies and who are the targets, how you do it, and different expertise. Very quickly, maybe.
Okay, very quickly on our demands. Try so much to go to the communities because they are affected more than we people. Thank you.
But can I just also add, we like saying communities. Guys, we also live in these places. In COVID, with my insurance, I could not, if I got COVID, we had a story discussion yesterday among 4 of us from different countries. We all realized if you got COVID, you stayed home because you could not afford the cost of healthcare. Remember, some of us are lawyers, some of us are professors, some of us were civil society on that table. So it's yes, the communities, but also we're also speaking as Africans. And that's why for us, it's not just about as civil society. There are members here who are not civil society, judiciary commissioners.
So maybe
there's
to
a
speak on that
cross
issue,
group. But sorry, yes.
When we are talking about communities majorly, we are looking at the rural communities where they are
Like Harriet.
totally no water, there is no electricity, they are totally out of this country. You may not even know that these people exist. They don't have electricity, they don't even know that such programs are taking place. So if we, for example, like the chat we drew, we had electricity everywhere. So
Yes.
when these people are connected and are included in everything that is taking place, then there will be development. When these public services don't stop only in cities and urban areas and also go to the villages, then they will deliver. Thank you.
That's a key point, making sure that there's inclusive participation. And so we're asking government, but it's something we must also do as a movement. And we must make sure that they're actually inclusive, like in terms of where they reach. Yes, Mwebe, very quickly, and then you.
Yesterday when Daniel Kalinaki was presenting, and also Brian, they talked about urgency and responsibility in the face of global fragility and uncertainty. And why I'm bringing this back is that, you see, we're in a world where we're talking about use of private capital to provide public services, because government is ceding its part of power, but also shouldering all the risk. And we do not know, and we do not have the understanding of what that means. And as we talk about urgency, today we're going to be talking about private provision of public services, but that urgency only comes out from a level of knowledge of why that is happening. And when you know a level of knowledge, it guides your advocacy. But also, Elan and I attended the World Bank Evolution Roadmap meeting for East and Southern Africa. And you can see now the financials have also switched to using private capital to provide public services, to support governments provide public services. This shift is something that we can only talk about in boardrooms and with doctors like Dr. Spire, but they do not actually contribute to urgency in as long as you're not defining the global fragility and uncertainty. So I'll end with this. Can we have think tanks? Can we have people who can break this down for us? The World Bank suspended its operations in Uganda, and everyone is talking about the Anti-Homosexuality Act. I dare you to really say it's about the Anti-Homosexuality Act. It's not. So it's how do we break down this? Otherwise, urgency will not hold if we don't break down this. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm hearing people really wanting to move from this normal discussion into also into how we do it, right? So I want to hear from you, and then I want to give an opportunity to Spire. What I was told you want to draw. Oh, okay. I will take a quick break and hand to Spire, but I want if there's any more comments on what the manifesto is lacking. It would be really great to hear that. I, for one, think I forgot. I'm going to say by dinner, the access to remedy, which is a key thing that we talked about. But yes, and also for you to also reflect on, people assume you're using human rights, but I think we're here from different disciplines. You don't necessarily have to be limited to human rights thinking. You could really reimagine everything. But yes.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the things that's fundamentally are important in this conversation is the fact that when we come into these spaces, one, there must be some level of recognition to also bring people whom we are representing to be in this space. Fundamentally important, because as actors, we've been providing capacity strengthening of these communities to also be able to speak for themselves. And the fact that we want movement building as a call to action towards sustaining our work, it becomes critical that they are always in these spaces. And when we speak, and I want to differ with one of the speakers, is that we're using a bottom-up approach, where whatever we speak from, whatever we're speaking to in this space is from a space where we've generated empirical evidence. And we know that this is a failed narrative, especially when you look at public service delivery. We know that there is agency for us to reclaim public services, because we know that currently what is happening is not something to talk about. My sister did allude to pre-privatization and post-privatization, and we're able to benchmark what we feel needs to be changed. And we have taken stock of what made us to be where we are. We know the failures that necessitated for us to be in where we are now. And conditionalities was one of them, to access the finances that the Britain institutions were giving. So we all rushed to where the carrot was dangled. Not necessarily that everything that was being done in terms of public service was wrong. We could have drawn our lessons from there and see how we could improve the efficiency of these public services, and see to what extent we can be able to make them better. I submit.
All right, thank you. At this point, where's Sumaya gone? We're going to take a quick pause in the discussion to hand to Sumaya and Spire to lead us a bit, again, really still around the manifesto, but really doing it more creatively.
Yes, we need to get on our feet. It's a kind of...
Maybe you need to come on the stage so you can demonstrate how we get on our feet.
Keeping our health in check, but again, having a clear interpretation of the Africa we want, because we've been speaking for the last 49 hours and it's not yet clear what is that Africa that you want. And if we are to leave this room, at least everyone must know what the Africa they want. This will concretely speak to the manifesto and you will easily identify to it. So quickly, we can get to this gallery corridor, please. Not policing, but let's get to the gallery corridor. It's not me who drew these artistic impressions, so we need people to explain to them. So we will, because the first panel in the morning said we are doing the same thing. So we want to disrupt the way we do advocacy, disrupt the way, and redefine mobilization. So whoever, being a lawyer, I'm very cognizant of copyrights. I don't want to own any of this work. So whoever owns this piece, the group that came up with this piece, or any piece that is ready, any group that is ready, you could come and explain to us.
Members, we need all of you at the back of the room. Please take a pause with whatever you are doing. Let us have all of you back at the back of the room, because this is quite important.
We need to know what is that Africa that you want. So at the end of the day, don't say it's the product of ISER. It's a collective action.
Hello.
We have the pleasure to have a very artistic doctor in the room, so he can even make this better for us. So even the people who can't read, by just looking at the visuals, can interpret, or they can identify with us. And you're not here as your own person, but you're representing thousands of people from your countries. Thank you. I give you, every group has 3 minutes, because this is art, 3 minutes.
I'll be as brief as I can be. This was a collective effort of my table with Mr. Johnston, Mr. Chabi from Congo. We had also Mr. Mwebe and other few people. So everything is rotating around these rural communities. What we want to see, because most of these rural communities, they have a lot more people with disabilities, they have a lot more elderly people, they have very many children, we have very many women in this area, the local communities. So we want to see these local communities connected to hospitals. When someone is sick, they should be able to access easy health facilities and healthcare and be worked on as and when they need the health facility. We want to see their children go to nice schools, be able to afford quality education. We also want to see everyone in this community access clean water, because that is a requirement. That is very good initiative and thing. And also on top of that, we want to see factories being set up for the things these communities grow, because you know, Africa is a basket. It's a food basket it's a food basket, yeah. So we want to see, we don't want to see our food going out, being processed and then brought back as finished materials. No, we want to see our minerals, we want to see everything that we produce as Africa be manufactured and processed from Africa, so that we can also be able to export and be able to gain from that kind of trade. And we also want to see connected cities and villages and everywhere, so that even the last person in this community can access electricity, can access data, can be able to know what is taking around in every other community, so as to make accountability clear. And once we are clear on accountability, it is going to be very easy to bring power back to the people. And on top of the connectivity, we also have good roads. As you can see, these are the roads, that is electricity, that is the schools and everything. So in summary, we want to see connectivity and inclusivity of all the people in our community. Thank you.
Perfect. Maybe you can see any other group that is ready.
Spire, please don't laugh at us. This was ours. We tried the best that we could. We look at having an Africa that has good electricity, good power source, therefore, very many and well-equipped hospitals. We're saying no to corruption. We couldn't draw corruption. Nepotism, selfish interests, and unutilized debt. So we said no route to that side. We said no to education under the trees and wanted build schools like that. Then we wanted good water systems and of course our agriculture. This is the road network that we can connect from the electricity to good roads to their gardens, then to the water, to the schools, no route that side, and then we'll have a happy human being here, all inclusive. Thank you.
That's good use of your time. I don't know whom you donate to the remaining time. Anyone ready? Thank you. You use your time.
Okay, so this is our group. And then the Africa we want is one that is built on equity, accountability, and transparency, where women and girls, people living with disabilities, and the elderly have, and of course, those in rural areas and ethnic minority groups have access to food security, quality and affordable education, quality and affordable healthcare, and then one where we have good access to energy or electricity as you have it, the one that is gender sensitive, not the one that is riddled with debt burdens, or the ones that is threatened by wars or coup, whether military coup or civilian-led coup, not the one that relies heavily on aids and can't get its ass together unless there is aid, not the ones that can't immunize their children unless there is funding from Gavi, and of course, good, of course, the one that acknowledge the place of people living in rural communities, and of course, good toilet facilities, sustainable environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Edosa. Good representation, but I saw a lot of colonial things here. You think food has to be eaten with a fork, a knife? Yes, there is good representation of all the genders. That's good. Any other group? The more you delay, we delay our lunch. Yes, Edward.
Yeah, for most of you, you'll probably have to come closer because our color choices were very interesting. So for Linda and I, we decided with very little town planning background or non-existent town planning background, we do a kind of an integrated community, which is walkable, accessible with ramps also for people with disabilities. You'll have to come closer, with hospitals, schooling systems, agriculture, piped water, electricity, which, as I said, not very accurate. But yeah, the idea of this is we wanted to create a more integrated and space where everything is close together, where services are accessible and services are easily spaced out so that because we know commuting, long distances, walking, taking public transport, those kinds of things, we wanted to make sure that we emphasize bringing things closer to the context of where people live in their different spaces. Lena, I don't think if there's anything else but that's basically, that's basically the idea of this, is to make sure that all of our services are accessible, close, and are integrated with each other. So yeah, that's us.
Tim? I'm observing cross-cutting themes, and all that will feed into the manifesto. Any other group that hasn't presented yet? The cow, yes.
No, I'm going before the cow group. Now, we are in this group with a few friends of mine. So we want an African where there's accessibility to hospital facilities, accessibility to school, the accessibility to forest for medicinal plants, and then where the weather is also so good, there's a lot of pollution. This is a fishing community. They have access to the water body. And these are now, we want an Africa where the elders can meet over a brew to make decisions.
It's the elders. You know, our social protection for the elderly is weak. So thank you for the keen eye on that. Cow. Where's the cow group? This is not my production. Where's the cow group?
Does it disappear?
Anyone who can interpret it. Who's milking Africa? It's such a great concept. That is it. We've not heard from this group. So the government has ghost employees and ghost social workers. Do we have ghost attendees here? Whose works can't come to fruit? So that being that.
Can you please come and present to us? Where are they? Don't run away. My interpretation of the cow was Africa is a cow, it's being milked. This is my interpretation as a lady, as a woman. That Africa is a cow and it's being milked. But of course, if Africa is a cow and it's being milked, if you want to get milk from your cow, you must make sure it has good grass, trees, like the environment is good. So you must invest in the cow. Now, looking at us as Africans, what is it that shows, like what is the investment in the cow, right? What is our grass and all of that? That would be the public services for me. And the electricity, the water, school, whatever, so that we are actually a resilient workforce, productive. And then the milking would be you're getting money from the people of Africa through tax, through, you can think through other ways in which we are milked. Now, it would be more helpful if the group was actually here, but I think we shall ask them later when they come. Next group.
Yes. I want to steal some minutes from Dr. Spire to give us his quick observation in 1 minute. Then we shall go to the back of the conference hall with all these photographs and take the photo. This is building evidence. So when you come after me, I didn't contribute, I'll have you in the photo, but no, not for that. Just it's part of also the other broader part of mobilization. So we shall also have that photo. It will take us about 1 minute, 2 minutes, then we run into lunch.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is quite interesting. And I'm actually impressed by the art. I know someone was already warning me, please, as fair as, no, this is impressive. If you asked me what I would say about this cow, and this is the beauty of art, that it's subject to multiple interpretations. It depends on where one is standing to look at it. And it also means we have to be very careful when we are communicating by art. You have to always keep in mind who is the audience. How does the audience think like? What are the symbols they relate with? How will they interpret this? One could think that this cow wants to kick the bucket, not taking the idiomatic meaning of kicking the bucket. But if you're thinking like a cow, what would this mean? A healthy cow, I don't know whether it would wish to be milked. So there are different angles from which you can look at it. But I like the way we work with symbols. One of the challenges that I often face as a cartoonist is how to communicate with a very diverse audience. I try to keep in mind there are young people, there are old people, there are educated people, there are, maybe the word shouldn't be educated, there are people who have not gone far in school, there are elderly people, those in government, those outside. But there is also the message that I want to relay. How do I make sure that that message, even if there is misinterpretation, that the misinterpretation does not go far off my intentions? But I as well know as an artist or as a cartoonist that once the cartoon is out of my hands, it belongs to the audience and they have the liberty to interpret it the way they want. I was looking at this one and I was asking myself, yes, all what is communicated in terms of the services and what, very interesting. But one person might start asking, why is the health facility in Libya? And maybe you didn't have that in mind. Why is the health facility in Libya? Why are the rural communities in, this is Uganda? Huh? So all you have in mind as an artist is, I just want to put these things within the map of Africa. But the interpreter is aware of what the different locations represent. And South Africans would be asking, why is South Africa blank? There is nothing here. Yeah, so it's quite interesting, but it's also encouraging that we are thinking of multiple ways of communication, especially those that are so simple that they can accommodate as many people as possible. Communication by text is very important, but it is so limiting, especially if you're living in a world where you know that people are bombarded with so much information. That in the past, the challenge was, how do we access information? But now the challenge is mostly, how do we sieve this too much information that we are getting? If you're sending out a report of 50 pages, I don't know how many people will have the time to sit and read that report. But if you're simplifying your information in small graphical presentations like this, I think it expands the audience. Yeah, so this is very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Spire. So there is a question for the group. Whether we break for lunch right after we break into three groups, just to quickly answer those questions, or we have a late lunch. We finish and we have a late lunch. What do you all think? You'd rather have a late lunch, then you know you're coming back? Okay, cool. So let's get back up. We're going to break into three groups. You see, there are three things that have come out: the demanding, the financing, and the reclaiming. I'm wondering how we best to do the three groups. Should we just count 1, 2, 3, and then you have and to be very sure before we get back into together, we asked you all to reflect on what you wanted, and then you heard how I put it all together. Now, in terms of these questions, demand. What the group that is doing demand will be asking, from what I said, just think through very quickly, what is it you want, you're demanding? And I think you've kind of done that, but just to very, maybe things may have forgotten or whatever. What is it you're demanding? The finance. How are we financing this? And to be just again, this is a chance for us for you to give us feedback on sort of what I heard from the overall. And then the reclaim. How do we reclaim? One, what are we reclaiming? How do we reclaim? And there are a lot of discussions already coming up. We need to take it, to the communities and make sure they're involved in the fight. We must. So that's what the group on reclaim is going to do. Should we have people volunteer to be each part of the group, and then you tell us which group you're in? We count. We do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Judge, how would we do it? 1. What number are you? You 1, 2. Who is 2? Okay, sorry. Let's go like this. We got here and he was 1. So we'd go again. This table is like in space. So there is no table here. So do 2, 3, 2. Then they're in 3. What numbers are you all? You have to speak into the microphone, others won't be able to. 3.
1.
Everyone has a microphone. I'm not hearing. So after that table, you're going to that row. So that table, and then we go to this one and this one. Yes, that table.
2. Sir? Okay, 3.
1,
2, 3.
Fantastic. The next table, Johnson.
1.
2.
Okay, Kezo.
3. 1, 2.
So then we have that table.
1.
3.
3.
Okay. So, 1 would do demand, right? And I think 2 should do reclaim to jazz it up, and 3 finance. What do you guys think? Some of you feel very strongly you join the finance. Like I see Linda is like, I want, and I want us to do this, you guys, 10 minutes. It's a short one and we get back in, because if we're going to do this and have our later lunch, we need to move quite quickly on this. So I think table 1, who is your chair? You're the chair. Yes. As a judge, you keep us in order. Number 2, who is your chair? Every group should have a chair. Okay, who is your chair number 2? Fantastic. Number 3? Who is the chair? I'm not seeing any hands. Eh? Who is the chair for number 3? People, we need to move on this. Who is the chair for number 3? It's him. Evelyn will be the chair. You're in 1. Who is in 3?
Just do this, Alana.
I need to know the chair for accountability.
Hold on first, Alana. Allow us to go into a group. Say group 1 be here, number 2 be here, number 3 go there. Within themselves, they're able to actually choose a chair, and your life is easier.
Fantastic. Okay, so this is where 1 is. Where is 2? You want to go over there, that corner, and then 3 over there. On the online group, is there anyone? They may have thought we're in breakouts and we're actually coming for the manifesto. So yes, who is our timekeeper? I'll be the timekeeper. Okay. So I hope you remember 1 demand. What is it your demand? What is it about? And I don't know if we should put back some of the things, but you heard what I presented. You heard what the group visualized. And 2, what you are reclaiming, how are you doing it? Who needs to be at the table as you build this movement to reclaim? And then 3, how are you going to finance your exorbitant demands in the eyes of some people? But how are you going to finance this? How will governments and others finance this? And also, what can we think creatively about how we finance our? You may have a long laundry list of what it is you think we should do, but please identify the 4 priority things that have that ripple effect. I was told that it may be difficult with having Francophone and Anglophone in the same table. I don't know if anyone else echoes that. I had a suggestion. But then that means if you were to split what do you all think? I'd particularly like to hear from the Francophone. Oh, you're all okay. Okay, great. Thank you. You all have bilingual on each team. Does each group have? Okay. Okay. And I think the interpreters can also come and support some of the teams. Please stop the music completely.
No, it's okay. We inspired. Yeah. From extracting.
Yes. Yes.
Hi friends, checking in. Which group needs more time?
Just wave your hand. Hey, but group 2, the other group is okay, yeah? Done. You guys, by more time, how much? 5 minutes? 5 minutes to wrap up because we need to hear from you and we have to discuss also a way forward.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
All right, I think our 5 minutes is due. I want us to get back. It was wonderful and sweet, but I need you to slowly make your way back. Group 1. All right, if everyone can hear me,
Clap once. If you can hear me twice, if you can hear me thrice, Africa yetu. I'm not hearing. Let me just concentrate on something else. Africa yetu. You guys, I want some energy, or Africans. I know you're tired, and it's been a long couple of days, but we've been making good progress. So I want us to get ready to present. I would start with the demand group. Sumaya, maybe you can bring the, I wonder how we are going to do it creatively. Could the members maybe stand and they have the different things? I see you have many papers. Many manila papers. Or do you want to pin them on a board? Oh, you want first pin? All right. So on this wall here, that is mostly free. On that wall there, you're going to come and pin your things as a group. And then we are going to get back there and reflect again like we did earlier. So under the Africa One demand, that's where group 1 is. Check off your light. You need the light for the camera. It's too bright. All right. Group 2, are you guys, maybe you guys help each other because now it's left on one person to just pin. There is tape over here. Let's move a bit faster. And after this, we are going to then more concretely begin to agree on the next steps forward as a group of people. I noticed that a number of you have joined the coalition formally. If you haven't, please make sure we have your contact. There was a form going round. We have others who are aside from last year's meeting, but also to capture those here, because going forward, we shall be using it as virtually, especially because we don't always be able to convene, as the ways in which we are communicating. We are going to have to come up with a way forward. There have been such wonderful, rich discussions. I don't see people pinning. Group 1, I think a member needs assistance. I want all the groups to come with every part and just pin. And maybe as we do that, We will then also have us start. I'm trying to make sure we're efficient on time in the way we are doing things, because I do know that I stand between you and a late lunch. Johnson, let someone help you.
All right, everyone, please let's get up again. We have been sitting for long. There is move. Can we all slowly get up and move? I promise the last time I'm moving you, I will move you a whole lot more. But some of you are easily. But yes, just over there. Wait, I don't see your table getting up. I need everyone off your laptops. Off your laptops, off your phones, let us all gather here and let us hear from each other. Bro and Judge, I need you to enforce the rules actually. To say what? Everyone over here. Oh. And Judge's group is starting. Everyone. Oh, we shall learn from it. Let everyone be there. Hello, hello, hello. People, it cannot start until I see everyone there. I am looking at you. Hello. My lovely people. It's good for your health to be up.
Next time we organize this, we shall make sure there are barely any chairs for some of these events. All right, group one. Judge, your group is up. Chair of group one. Can someone get a mic to Judge, who's the chair of group one, or whoever is supposed to be the presenter, to walk us through the demands of the Africa we want? Where is the microphone that moves?
Yeah.
There, it's right there.
Yeah.
I want to see a look now people have done.
Oh, sorry. Solidarity.
Yes.
Solidarity. Are you with me? At least you're not against me. So we're looking at the Africa we want. With us, we say we don't want. If you want something, you can, it is an option. It is the Africa we need. Because a right is a need, it is not a want. It is the Africa we need, and number one.
Something taken as a coalition.
Yeah.
Forward, you see the branding change. It is grammatical.
It is the Africa we need. So take note of it. Our primary education. The first thing we're demanding is that the government should stop privatization of essential public services. Rather use taxpayers' money to enhance its effectiveness. We've seen the rise of private actors within public services is because the government starves the public sector to allow the private sector within public service to actually thrive. So we're saying we need that to stop. Then we've also raised that we're within the digital dispensation, and we can't grow as a continent without being digitally conscious. And also at the same time, we are demanding that the governments protect citizens' rights in terms of digital access and digital rights. In Uganda, we saw it during election, there was blackout. Gabon, blackout. So we're telling the African leaders, please, we can't grow without access to digital dispensation and platforms. Then we are also demanding for building of sustainable structures for communities where extractive activities take place. Because we realize that most of the times within the extractive sector, there's a lot of money. The multinationals extract, they leave the communities poor, with poor health, poor environment. So we need them to be protected. Then we're also demanding for equitable distribution of revenue from extractive sector between government and extractive companies. A good case study was actually Tanzania. During Magufuli, where he actually forced the ACCA company to rethink and also recast the sharing rights between the government and the company from Canada. Yes, it was extinguished, but at least he gave them revenue. You'd rather die as a hero than die as a coward. We're also demanding that states should be able to allocate more money towards public services. We know the Abuja Declaration, which demands 15% of budget allocation towards health. We know that there is UNESCO demand that talks about 26% towards allocation of the budget. Few countries within this continent has achieved that. Rwanda is trying towards education, but majority of the countries are still lagging behind. So our demands are basically that, in addition to others that are already spoken. Thank you.
A big appreciation to the demands. I know we are late for lunch, but allow that one. Appreciate them better.
We talked about protection. We are demanding for protection of indigenous seeds and control of genetically modified seeds and use of pesticides to kill our economy. This is a high demand.
You need, now put it there.
We demand.
Okay. Yes.
We demand. Because you're working in it is beyond your government. For the guys who have been WTO, we know it. The number of things our governments have actually signed that is allowing the proliferation of GMOs into our country. So that's why we're demanding for the protection of indigenous what? Because they've already given it, so demand it back.
That's the question you had for me as well.
Digital and seeds, are those public services?
Digital access is now public service. Digitalization has now been categorized as essential service. And during UNESCO, yes, it is an essential public service.
But is there a distinction between it and how?
Yeah, it's food security. Yeah, all these are regulated by public service.
Yes, thank you. I like the way the discussion is going. Then we need to go to the finance.
Can I just get back to, just give me a moment, sorry. I wanted to be able to have each group comprehensively, like give feedback on each group, on each group's part. He's concerned. Would you like to say your concern? Then I want to hear from others because we need to. Okay, his concern before was that we may be having a very wide net we are drawing for public services. Are there any other opinions on anything else that this group said or others or any other areas for us to further debate and sharpen on? Because I do want us to live here with a sense of consensus.
Is it translation?
Yes. I hope the translators are able to, yes.
Yeah, if I can just speak to maybe to support the inclusion of the digital context, because on the one hand, not just for reasons that international bodies like the UN call it a human right now to have access to the internet, we have to understand that the infrastructure and the context of the work that we do sustains the internet and sustains the digital space is a public good and is generally supported by government and regulated by government. And to function in the contemporary world we live in, digital access is something that's very important. We know how expensive data is, and how expensive the internet is. So I personally would support including it because of this fact that functioning today, we know how hard it is to function. In the contemporary world we talk about, it's like increasing access to digital spaces and resources is something that we need. The problem we have is that there's a lack of access to those spaces, not that what are we doing with the spaces, the lack of access, that's the real issue. So yeah, I support including it.
Okay, that's interesting. So here, for me, what my reflection is, the demand is not very clear. Here, the demand is protect indigenous seed. The protection would be the demand, I think, right? And then on digital consciousness, what do we want the governments to do as a group? Is it increase? What are we saying? Okay, so it's a protection of digital rights, but you talked a bit about access, and I'm very confused.
So building infrastructure for.
So you're saying that in the African context, among the public services that we recognize, is we want our governments to protect and build the infrastructure. Okay.
Yeah, actually, I'm a member of this group. When the digital consciousness issue came in, there was one thing which was glaring. For example, during elections, I think in Uganda, recently in the West African countries, internet gets shut down. And that is infringing on the rights of people on the digital side. And we're saying government should protect people's rights there, but also improve on the infrastructure of yes. It is about technology, use of technology to support the systems that we have. Thank you.
That's a key point. And there's also the fact that now in this new era where, for example, in my country, we have a digital strategy where they'll use digital IDs to access everything. We have seen there have been barriers to people accessing public services because they don't have the digital ID and it's the way to access it. So addressing the digital barriers and protecting their rights and so forth as key is interesting. Yes, I know you had a question.
No.
For something else, okay. Number two, the chair had asked me. Yes. Are you your group number two? Fine. Yeah. Number two.
OK. Alors, bonjour à tout le monde. Le groupe 2 a travaillé sous ma direction. Alors, je prends la parole. Nous avons travaillé sur
Okay. Bien, revenons un peu. Très important que nous soyons tous engagés. Veuillez.
Side of the room.
Yes, you can proceed. Good morning again. So I was saying that we are going to present the group of the second group. are working on what Africa is reclaiming. So I'm going to give the floor now to our researcher, rapporteur for the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, on behalf of group 2 that handled the reclaiming, we were asked to disseminate, to dissect, and to go deeper into what exactly we want to reclaim, from whom we are reclaiming from, and how we want to reclaim. Number one, what are we reclaiming? We are reclaiming free, quality, and equitable public services that are accessible for all, that are accessible by all. And we did not go into details of the public services. Why? Because there are very many. We want and under the public services, an example, we want free public health, we want free education for our people, we want everyone to be able to move on the road without being charged. For example, there is the Kampala-Entebbe Expressway. You must pay before using it. So we want all the road services to be free. We want free water, free electricity. These days, umeme, you pay points and within 2 days, it is done. You don't know who uses electricity with you. So we want all those services to be free, and we want government to be able to provide these services at an affordable price. They should be affordable by the government, but freely given to the people. That is one. Two, from whom are we reclaiming these services from? We are reclaiming these services from the profit private sector actors back to the state. We want the government, we want the state to take back control of these public services, especially those which are being profited from by the private sector actors. For example, the schools that are, you find there are some schools, there are some nursery schools which pay more fees than I paid when I was actually at campus, and I've just recently finished. You find a nursery kid, 2 years old, paying 2 million per term. So really, is that affordable education? That is so much. So we need to take back those from the hands of the private sector back to the government arms. You find people cannot afford health services. Like from yesterday's example, they couldn't get cash instantly, and so they were not worked on in a private hospital, and someone's life was lost in that chaos. So we want to see the public services back in the hands of the government so that they can give to the people freely. And finally, on the how part, how do we want these things to come back? How do we want to reclaim? One, through strategic litigation that someone explained it earlier. We also want to raise awareness in these communities to know what they are reclaiming, to know how to go about it so that they can help us, they can join arms as we reclaim the public services. Two, we want to organize and mobilize all CSOs, all community, everyone to disseminate this campaign, to take it far and beyond so that everyone can join in the social movement of reclaiming the public services. And three, we want to reclaim them through internal recourse mechanisms. Four, we want to disseminate information in the language that people can understand, in forms that people can understand so that they can know what we are fighting for, and then they can be able to join us as we put up the social movement. Yeah, that is information dissemination in various forms. For example, you see the cartoons, someone can easily identify, maybe small writings, pictographs, anything that someone can be easy to understand and then maybe join in or know what to do. That is what we want to do. And three, through lobbying of funds. We should not all the time, debt, everything. But how about we come to the table? Maybe we go through fundraising, we lobby funds, we go to a certain hospital, it is lacking this, it is lacking that. We sit as a community, we call on two people to gather around and contribute any amount they have so that they can improve the health facility of that hospital, or even if it's a school, or if it is a water source that people want to put up. How about we collect, we gather, and then fundraise and lobby and raise these funds that can be able to facilitate these public services that we need. That is one other way we want to reclaim them back so that these profit-making people do not eat off our hands all the time. And finally, protesting. But let us, if we are thinking about protesting, let us do it in a way that will not end our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, questions on group 2, on the reclaim? It was really a heated point of discussion, no? All right. Yes, Brian.
Yes, thank you. I think for me, my concern or comment to this group is just around, and when I was listening to her, it seemed like we want free this, everything, free. Electricity, access to, some of these roads, of which I think some of the roads are in a way a reflection of the failures. For example, you talked about the express. I think for it is mainly a consequence of failure in road infrastructure. So they create this other option for those that want to get to wherever they are going faster. But my question, I think, is how then do we balance the need to leverage resources in this discussion? How do we make harmony there? Because on one end, it is a lot of free of this, and how do you expect that to be financed? For me, that is it.
That's a nice segue to group 3. What did you? So yes, Ketan.
So I think we forgot research, monitoring, and evaluation to counter propaganda from the state, where they say that.
So under here, they're adding, if someone could write so we don't forget it, research, monitoring, and evaluation to counter. Yes,
I think when we talk about reclaiming the part of from home, that is correct, so from private sector and actors. But I also want to concur with my brothers there. There's no free lunch even in Freetown. What you're talking about is affordability and accessibility. Because the government has to pay its workers, okay? The government has to maintain these services. So unlike private sector, whose main motive is profit maximization, and they'll have to put a surplus on top of their operational costs, the government should be working at a recovery of the costs injected and not a surplus or a profit. So instead of talking the word free, we're talking about affordability and accessible, because there's no free lunch anywhere.
Thank you so much. As we are looking at the demands and the claims, one thing that gets in mind is that these demands and claims are for the Africa we need. However, this Africa is not accessible to everyone. For you to travel to any country, you need a visa, you need all sorts of restrictions. We need to claim accessibility to each and every part of Africa. We need to claim language. Language is a barrier. We cannot speak to each other. We cannot speak, we are using the foreign language, which is foreign. We cannot drive our agenda. Everything is controlled or is driven by those who are funding us. So that's my approach. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a divergence here. Free, not free, affordable. And that was a subject, like I said, of our debate last night as well. But there's a consensus that the status quo as is right now is not working. I want to quickly hear from.
If I can add, I think maybe the divergence is that there are certain public services where we can charge. And there are certain public services where generally the call has been to not charge, or for it to be equitable. Because it means it's free for some and it cannot be free for others. But then that becomes a much bigger debate around where do we decide those lines? Where do we decide those aspects? I think in certain public services like electricity, it's easier to be able to charge. Yes, but when it comes to health and education, it becomes a bit more trickier for us to start asking when is education or healthcare a point where you have to pay to access, even if at income levels that are low, it's a big proportion. So there might need to be clarity then in terms of which public services can we pay for and which are we advocating to be free.
Yes. So Edward is almost getting back to what we had proposed in the manifesto we had discussed in the morning, where we said, okay, can we say for health and education, there must be a free option of them. Some could argue what and others, because when you get into the digital, particularly when you get into the digital rollout and so forth, but also because we talk about Africa, I am very okay with us going all the way. I actually, as a learner, love this. Yes, it's up to you all. It's a very interesting discussion. Even if I very quickly go to group 3 on finance.
Maybe let's categorize it. And that's why maybe the group, but not even the group, the secretariat. From our submission, simply say categorization, okay? Type of services that should be free. Primary education, that is known to be something they say free. But if it reaches tertiary education, it's never free. Because in terms of basic rights, the primary level is basic what? Education, so that you are in tandem also with the global perspective. So there'll be need for categorization by the secretariat so that you know which ones are free at what level, then they're the ones which are subsidized cost in terms of water, in terms of electricity.
Okay, and I'm glad Commissioner Mwandenga is back, because the General Comment 7 does talk about there must be some free services, and when it gets into the obligation of the state to provide, I really encourage you all to really think it's a great comment. But I also think as Africans, it's very okay for us to say, you demand more. I, for one, don't think we have to go with global consensus. We can think about social protection. We are going further with social protection than, say, the ILO and the rest are saying, right? It's very okay for us to do so. Lloyd, you're back as well. This was the discussion we're debating about yesterday. So I'm glad to see a significant back is back. This is group 2 on what we are reclaiming and what it is we want. And for them, it was very important on free equitable. So I think it's still very much in line of what we had with regard to the manifesto. It is group 1 where I have to add the digital, dealing with the digital barriers, ensuring that there is government investing in digital infrastructure and protecting digital rights. I think quite new, and the food, the right to food, and what that looks like as a public service means you protect indigenous seed and control of GMOs. All right, we get to group 3, because Brian asked you before, how are you going to finance it?
The truth is, I don't know, but anyway, I'm just joking. Finance is a touchy issue. I think what we agreed on first as a group is that we don't want to finance our public services primarily via debt or via aid. So that's what we said we don't want. So we came up with a list of 4 things. Some of them are still under debate. The first one was domestic resource mobilization, primarily through progressive taxation. So you've heard of wealth tax, corporate taxes, and all of those things fall under there. We also spoke about reparations, and you can see some nice red question marks there. I know that's a huge debate as to how that would happen in the short term or midterm or long term, and the geopolitics around all of that. We talked about resource-backed financing, and under that, we talked about social licensing, mineral taxes, and ring fencing funds so that the communities benefit, but also the whole or entire country benefits as well. And we talked about value addition and beneficiation. So for example, when the cocoa, we don't want the cocoa to come back to Ghana as Swiss chocolate. We want to be able to, sell it the way it needs to be sold. So we talked about those 4 areas, and we said underpinning all of this is obviously the need for good governance, good regulations, good monitoring and evaluation, and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Fantastic. All right, comment on that. I love that we talked a lot about trade and sort of how to lift people out of poverty and how to make sure as a continent we're actually addressing our trade imbalances and so forth. Did you talk about the leakages? I don't see leakages.
So the 5th one is illicit financial flows.
Okay, so that should be added. I really need these things to be as comprehensive as possible. I'm a member of the group with good handwriting because I don't write well. And would corruption also go under illicit financial flows?
You said underpinning all of this, good governance, monitoring, and development.
We need all of that here. So let me give you the microphone so you can say for everyone as she writes.
She covered. I don't repeat what people said.
Good governance. I'm not seeing good governance. Say something else. Because this, as I fine-tune the manifesto draft we discussed, this we want to make sure is captured. It really should be a manifesto that is reflective of the beautiful discussions we have had. So social licensing, minimum tax, ring fencing funds. I'm assuming the ring fencing funds for public services, right? And then reparations. What is your specific ask? Are you with our keynote specifically demanding reparations? Who are we demanding from? From the colonizers. So I want us to help me craft what I will include in the manifesto. That as Africans recognizing the troubled history we have had and all that was lost, we're demanding reparations in the form of to who. I need some clarity there. Yeah, but in terms of, are they given back to each country? What is this? Yeah, because in the demands, we should be a bit more concrete on it. I like it. I think it could be that we're demanding that, yeah. Does anyone have guidance? I had a group, you have guidance?
So there's a lot of books that shows that Europe underdeveloped Africa for their own benefit. Number one, through transatlantic slavery. There are documents, there are data that shows how much each family, each country in Europe benefited from slavery. Number two, at independence, they also installed corrupt leaders who did the work of neo-colonialism, giving them some money, and they were, reaping Africa of its resources. So all of that is very, very clear that specific countries benefited from Africa. We don't want aid anymore. We don't want loans anymore. Africa is very rich, and Africa continues to be pillaged by European countries, by Western countries, and we need those resources back. That's reparations. That's reparations. In the UK now, there are specific families that are coming out to say, my father was a slave owner, and that's how we made our wealth. And how do we give back? So it's a long debate, but there's documentation. The point that we are making is that Europe underdeveloped Africa. We don't want aid anymore. We don't want loans anymore. There must be reparations, yes.
And you're arguing the reparations, just like the money recovered from IFFs, must be also used to finance the public services, so they could get the reparations and eat them. So that's the other linkage that we may need to very gradually come up. You had a point?
Mine is seeking clarification from the group in relation to number 3, where they noted that resource-backed financing. And in relation to what we are seeing, especially here in Uganda with the Chinese money and in provision of those public services, I don't know what the group would have to say, because at the end of the day, we have seen that now these public goods that have been provided by monies from China and other countries actually are making our natural resources, it's real plundering, because we are even, borrowing what is still on the ground, and we don't know whether there won't be changes in terms of prices, for example, in the future, and what that would mean for the African countries, for the resource-rich countries. So when we make this provision or this argument, what do we really mean, and how will that fare for the African countries?
Okay, just 2 more comments, then we have to move to the next.
Thank you so much. When we are looking at finance, I was thinking of trade within Africa. There are several trade barriers. So we need to improve, eliminate the trade barriers. And then there was another point which I needed to seek clarification on progressive taxes. These taxes which are wanted from individual citizens or from corporates?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks for that question. I think it's something that we also reflected on as a group. So when you look at resource-backed financing, I think there are a number of things that needs to be considered there. So I think why it is attractive is this understanding that even at times when we are given the money in cash, the corruption that happens there may end up resulting in us not having that school or the hospital or the road. So the resource-backed financing basically says you want a hospital. Yeah, I think it depends on the priorities. We are going to give you that hospital, then the resources. But in terms of valuing, we can't rely on them to value to say this hospital that we have given you is worth 2 million. So the resources that are needed are this. So I think that's where we also miss it in terms of the valuing itself. We must be able to do the valuing to make sure that it is actually in line with what the building that they have built. And I think we also had some serious conversations in terms of the quality. And again, we said, we can't rely on the Chinese to provide standards for that hospital that we want to be built. But it is our responsibilities to say, these are our standards. So build a hospital that is in line with these standards. So the failure to monitor, and someone talked about monitoring and evaluation. Again, I don't think that we should outsource that. So I think there are concerns, but there are also those other concerns to say times when we are given that money, it end up not building that road because someone pockets it. But someone says, I'm going to give you that hospital that you want. And then these are the kind of resources that I'll need. But in terms of the quantity, I think that's where we need to improve. Thank you.
No, it's fine. You've been able to answer what I wanted.
Okay. Thank you, people. This is great. So can we agree that we take this as is into the manifesto? It doesn't differ much from what I presented. I just have to add a few other things, like I said, on digital and food and so forth. Is it something we agree that these issues are? I need a show of hands. If you agree, please put up your hand. Please, if you don't agree, but also, okay, I see the other side of the room, you're quiet. Whoever that group, you guys don't agree. I know you're all tired. I need to know. So we're going to agree. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Now, very quickly, we need to get back to our seats, agree on some of the key actions we think we would need to think about and take, and then close and have, and have our lunch. I know the hotel does really want us to get back. I wish we could have someone either type as we do it and so forth, but we've talked a lot. We are very clear on what we want, what needs to go in the manifesto. And I want to, can you guys give yourself a big hand clap? It has been a long day and you came up with this. You are faster than the global group. We spent months. All right. And now when it, in terms of what, people began to prompt us on what we need to do, the litigation, the monitoring, the research. But now as the group that is here and the others who are joining virtually and so forth, what are the things we think we need to do? We've already asked those who haven't signed up to make sure we have your email and everything for the coalition. Get your friends, get your neighbors, get your people. Like I say, this is not supposed to be tied to just NGOs. It really should be everyone, but organizations, members, bar associations, try to get different people. But what do you think is very important for us to do? Let us say in the next year, is it useful for us to have another physical gathering? Like I said, we've had virtual. What should we do in the meantime? So that is where I want the discussion to be. Any answers, questions? No? Alternatively, should we go for lunch, then you guys come back? All right, then you need to answer my question. What is the way forward? I cannot craft the way forward as ISER. What is the way forward, Lloyd?
Can I ask? The way forward is very simple. This manifesto, when we have adopted it, everyone has signed up to it. We should have a commitment where we are going to share this with our leaders in the different countries. Every leader who is leading an African country, we must deposit this manifesto with them, and they must commit to implementing those things. And also share it with civil society actors across the continent, different platforms, the way we are, the coalitions and what have you. They must commit to ensuring that with this manifesto is implemented. There are so many things that have been put there, and I think they can even be developed and fleshed out, issues around reparations and things like that, that still need to be fleshed out to assist civil society and other actors to advocate for the implementation of the manifesto. Thank you.
Fantastic. So from Lloyd, the main thing is we get the manifesto, we get it to the leaders, and we get it to the rest of the world. Who are the key leaders you want to target? Who wants to target the African? Let's break it down, because when we are a bit more intentional about this, then we have a sense of where and we can continue these discussions. So among the leaders, among you, you seem to have some answers for me. Which are the key,
It's also a very important stakeholder. So the African governments at the national level, the continental level, the AUs, the working group, the relevant working groups. Yeah, so all those and our parliaments as well, they are all critical. Well, this is where the budget allocations are done. The responsible ministers of finance. Sure.
So you've talked about I hope our rapporteur is taking note. The parliaments at the national level, the Pan-African Parliament, you talk about the African ministers of finance, because they do convene and they have been pushing for the UN tax convention. You talked about the African Commission, the AU, and our national governments. Is there an entity? Yes, Johnson.
I know in most of our African countries also we have devolution, and most of these services are now also being devolved. So we also need to target the governors within the county governments, because they also have assemblies, they're also working on budgets. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. How about those who give us the money? I know you guys refer to them there, the IFIs, the World Bank, the DFIDs. Is it useful to make those demands there? Yes? Okay, fantastic. Anyone else? Is it worth showing it to there's also the elephant in the room, the private actors. So we can begin to think about how we engage further on this, because you're saying this is the Africa we want, but actually truly the Africa we need, as we were corrected by one group, right? Someone talked about communities. Can we be a bit more concrete on that? And you Southern Africans, we always admire you. I admire the Southern Africans, and I told you the women who decided to do a whole sex strike to really bring about peace. Just the ways in which the community gets so involved in something. And we already have said that we represent different communities, and there are others here who actually represent them. But how do we build a broader, more inclusive movement? Who needs to be in the room at further gatherings? Can I quickly hear from you on that? Who else would you want to see in the room? At any other discussions? Linda, you have a comment on that? No? Okay. So it could be that we have we are more intentional in targeting certain groups. Maybe it's unions, maybe it's trade unions. Evelyn has stepped out because that's what they actually do. Who else would you think would be a key stakeholder? Yes.
Maybe not as a comment about specific stakeholders, but something that might help is also some of these things also have different stakeholders in terms of targets. So it's something that it's not to say we have to do that today, but when we have our list of stakeholders, some of these are more key for specific, like for example, financing has a very specific component of stakeholders who engage with this as reclamation or demand. So just something for us to also think about.
Okay, that we shall refine them further. Yes, Johnson.
I just wanted to add to what you has mentioned in terms of having this, we need to unpack it further, particularly when we have the manifesto, to reach the various groups. Take, for example, how do we unpack that manifesto to fit what the youth, to fit those who have even at the grassroots level who don't have the same level of education as we have in this room, so that now we are bringing everybody on board to have an understanding of the manifesto, but also to own it. Okay. So unpacking it for me is a very interesting approach that we need to take for us to get it going.
So like how we make it more, like people understand it.
Yes.
And to meet them where they are at. If they're on social media, you have the visual for that. If you have, if you need to go into local languages, you do that. Can we get them to sign on to this? All right, this sounds really, really great. Can you again clap for yourselves? It's been a heated, long discussion, but I think we have a starting way forward. We shall be in touch. Like I said, please make sure you've signed up. We shall be then in touch with the manifesto we have agreed upon. And if individual organizations want to endorse, it's okay. But I will assume that everyone here will have endorsed it because it is going to reflect that discussion. And you'll have the chance to say, you can refine the language here, you can do that. We would love you, but as a steering group, ISER, the secretariat, will be sending that to you quite shortly. I don't think it's a lot of work to do. So thank you so much, and we shall be in touch.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Je voudrais qu'on applaudisse une fois Madame.
Once again for Madame. I think we have. We don't need to applaud. Thank you. So thank you very much. We are now to proceed with the conclusion of the session of this conference. So for the closing session, we are going to have three different speeches. First, Dr. Floyd Kuvira from the Center of Human Rights, University of Pretoria. Is the professor around? Professor Floyd.
I work at the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria, and we host the Secretariat of the African Coalition on Corporate Accountability. Firstly, I just want to thank every one of you who has made time to be here for the past 2 days in the conference. I think it has been vibrant. A lot of great issues were discussed, they were put on the table. We unlearned things that we held onto before we came to this event. We were challenged intellectually. We learned new things. We were reminded of things that we also knew about already, that we needed to commit ourselves to. And I think it was very rich in that regard. I would also want to really thank ISER and Angela's leadership and your entire team for putting together an amazing conference and event, which I think, it wasn't just about analysis and talking, but we have had a lot of action points that have come out. We have developed a manifesto. That's what we want to see, so that there's action going forward after the meeting, after the conference, so that it's not just a talk shop. So thank you so much for the manner in which this conference was handled. And want to thank really all the experts. We had professors, we had lawyers, we had activists, we had community members. So it was a great mix of people from different sectors, because when we fight for human rights, we have to adopt a multidisciplinary approach so that we achieve more, working together and synergizing and putting together our different expertise. I would want to thank, also, there are people that we really want to give a special thanks to, like the Commissioner Mandenga. It's not easy, he's a busy man. He's the chairperson of the working group, he's a commissioner at the African Commission, but he's also a judge of the Constitutional Court in Zambia. So it's not easy to just get up from all those responsibilities and come here to be with everybody. So thank you so much, Commissioner. To all the esteemed professors, all the lawyers, all the activists, and all the community members and members of ACCA who have come from different parts of the continent. Thank you so much for really making that time to be here with us. But we also want to thank members of the donor community who have made this event possible, and who have also supported ACCA. And as we all know, ACCA will be tomorrow also having a General Assembly meeting. And we are looking forward to more fruitful discussions and concrete actions being adopted so that we move our continent forward. I think for me, it is just to say, as we leave this beautiful conference, let us commit to acts to disseminate the General Comment number 7, to disseminate this manifesto, to fight for and advocate for the ratification of the protocol to the African Charter on the right of citizens in Africa to social security and social protection. All these things, these commitments, we need to take them to our leaders to say, look, these are instruments that you've adopted. May you please live up to those values, norms, and standards that have been adopted at the continental level. Let us enjoy, I think, what has been prepared for us in terms of lunch. I'm one of those people who do not want to violate people's right to food. I just want to say, enjoy the food. And yesterday we were treated to a great dinner and drinks. So thank you so much to ISER for doing that. I also just want to, say a special word of thanks to the leaders of ACCA. We've got the chairperson, our chairperson, and the chair of the committee, the vice chair of the committee, who are here members of the executive committee. You'll be seeing them tomorrow, I think, when they take center stage in guiding proceedings from tomorrow. And I think I've also thanked all the members of ACCA, the secretariat, Liz and their team. I think we're also ensuring that members of ACCA are able to travel to this event, but also for the AGM that is coming up tomorrow. But also to thank this particular hotel for hosting us. The last time, I think we were here 2 years ago, we had a good event again. So thank you again to Speaker Resort in Munyonyo for hosting us. And I mean, the members of the communications team, the photographers, and everybody who has really facilitated this event and made it possible and successful. Thank you so much. I mean, there are so many other partners that we don't want to mention names, but the Oxfams of this world are here. These Open Society Foundations of this world are here. The keynote speaker who delivered an amazing keynote speech. Thank you so much to our brother and fellow Pan-Africanist, Brian Kagoro, and members of parliament who made it possible and came here and spent time with us and gave us, from a political perspective, some of their insights. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, moderator.
À présent, je voudrais
I would like to call Madam Angela to the floor.
Lloyd has said it all. And I'm not going to repeat because he has said it all. And I had told Joseph, I do not have to stand there to say anything. He said it all. And he insisted that I just come here and thank you. So thank you very much to all of you for making the journey to be here with us. We do not take that for granted. I want to thank ACCA for working with us, for choosing Uganda as the destination, but also looking into this subject of reclaiming public services. We have worked with the University of Pretoria for a long time. We worked together when we were developing General Comment number 7, and we've had a good working relationship. And I know in us tapping into the ACCA membership for this work on reclaiming public service, which also augurs well with the concept of ACCA, we know that we are going to reach very far. What we have seen and what we know is that we cannot work independently. When we work independently, we shall not reach far, but when we work as a group, when we build this movement together, I think we shall reach very far. So I also want to take this opportunity to thank my team at ISER. It is an excellent team. We have some members in-house, but others I think are still running up and down. But the number of individuals that have made this conference what it is. We have our operations director, Moses Insubuga. So he's the kind of person who makes everything work, puts everything together, make sure everyone is here, that the microphones are working, that the internet is on and everything. So these are some of the people we never celebrate, but without them, we can't do anything. So thank you very much, Moses. We have Joseph Byomhanji, Alana, we have Elizabeth, we have Sumaya, people who have been working tirelessly to make sure that this happens. We have a whole social media team. Please find time to pass by Twitter. be sure to follow ISER, be sure to follow ACCA, see the engagements there, take part in the engagements because you're part of this. And also, I just want to note that please don't go silent from here. We shall look for you. And like I mentioned, I'm not going to go back to thank anyone because Lloyd has done the good job. So thank you so much. The manifesto, it is our key document from here, and we shall follow up with you and do what has to be done. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to future engagements with all of you. It has been an honor to host you. And we are very happy with the discussions. We have already received feedback from our online audience that we've had really fruitful discussions. We've also had very good media coverage, and we'll be sharing a conference report with you that has everything in there. So thank you very much. I wish you a safe journey back home, and God bless you.
Merci beaucoup, Angela. Alors, à présent, je vais appeler Justice
Mokete. Justice.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mokete Talete. I'm a High Court judge in Cameroon. That here I am in my private capacity as a non-governmental individual and a member of the steering committee of ACCA. So on behalf of the steering committee, I wish to thank all of you for having animated and being engaged for the past 2 days at this conference. And I'm privileged to have been on the working group, or the group 1, which tried to change the narrative and to tilt our orientation towards being the Africa we need from the Africa we want. Because as we're saying in my subgroup or my group, you can want an airplane, an aircraft, but you don't need it. You need a small car, which is practical to take you around. So this work in progress, and I want to encourage everybody and entreat everybody to go back and see how all of us will put our resources together so that once we are engaged in the process in our various countries, we see how we can deliver in the Africa we need. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Comme étant la conférence a été close, et je n'ai pas grand chose à dire sauf que dire merci beaucoup. Pour ceux qui sont concernés par l'Assemblée générale, demain nous serons là. Et pour ceux qui ne sont pas concernés par l'Assemblée générale, et nous le souhaitons bon retour ce jour. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, our host for today. It's now time for us to go for our lunch. The instructions are similar to what we had yesterday. We exit by the left-hand side of the banquet hall, pick the lunch coupon from the registration desk, and proceed on your left when you take the stairs to Nyanja Restaurant. Lunch is ready and the conference is closed, so you will use the greater part of the afternoon to network and be able to engage. For those of you visiting Uganda for the first time, you can take a walk around and be able to see what Kampala looks like. We hope to have the ACCA members tomorrow for the General Assembly. I wish you a pleasant afternoon. We shall have coffee and some bites in the afternoon, just there where we had them yesterday. In case you feel the need to have some coffee, please pass by. Otherwise, have a great afternoon. Enjoy your lunch.